without these glasses. I can't read those. I'll take care of her better than you know. Yellow. Good morning, TJ. What day? We played 9 and then we had to leave. Had to tend to business. Did you win, Darren? You did win last week? Look at you go. Huh? Did you win last week? Did you? 6. Did they? We gonna have a sale today? Are we gonna have a sale today? Uh-oh. Pony up. Yep. These heifers are checked open. 335 and 335. It'll get 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 and 335. It'll get 335, 335 here. 25 and 25. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Now 750 and 27 of hand. Going to be 20. It'll get 7 of hand. Going to be 20. It'll get 7 of hand. Going to be 20. 750 and a half here. Here. So about 325. Jason 66. $3 half five. She's checked open. $3 half five. And $3.05. It'll get 5 pound of 5 here. $5 now 3 now 5. And $3.05. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 3. It'll get 5. It'll get 3. It'll get 5. It'll get 3. It'll get 5. It'll get 305. Now 305. Bill, you bid. 305. And now 5. It'll get 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 $5. 5 here. 5 here. Terry. $3. 9. $2.50. 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 260 and 55, 60 here. Going to be 55, going to be 260, going to be 55, going to be 260 here. Ricardo 255. They need to have this heifer preg checked. If she is bred, they want to take her home. The owner wants her preg checked. Mendel. I think we need to sell them 1 and 1. I think. Red one's crippled, isn't he? 350 on the black. 350, 60, and 350, 60. Going to be 3 and a half. Going to be 350, 60. There. Going to be 350. Going to be 360 on the black one. 350, 60, and 350 pound. Going to be 360. Going to be 50. Going to be 60. Going to be 50 and a half. 60, and 350, 60. Here. Going to be 350. Going to be 360. Here, Ricardo. 350. Just a little sore foot I got right there. 250. 250, 60, and now 70. Going to be 280. Going to get 290. Going to get $3 a pound. Going to be 310. Going to be 320. Going to be 10, 20. Now 30. And now 30, 40. Going to get 340. Now 30, 40. And 30 and a half, 40. Going to get 3, 30, 40. Going to get 40. 30 and a half, 40. Going to get 40. Going to be 40 and a half, 40. Ricardo. 330. Steers coming down there at Minko. 350. 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 355 and 55 and 5 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, Varner. 350, 601. Where's that 4X guy? Alton Weathers. $2 a pound. $2 and 5 and $2.05. It'll get 5 here, now 5 here. Going to be 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5 here. Going to be 205 and 10. Going to be 210. Now 15, 20 and 25 here. 25, 25, 25, 25 here. But about 25 and 30 and 35. It'll get 35, 40. It'll get 240. It'll get 5. Going to be 245 and 45 there. 45, 45, 45, 45 and 5 here. Going to be 45. It'll get $5 here. So about 240. Ricardo 240. Okay, let's here, 350. 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, Varner, 350, 16X. Sure seems awfully quiet here today. JoJo. Two steers belongs to Daryl Cooksey. $4. $4.05 and $4.05. It'll get 5 here. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. $4 a pound. $4.05 and $4.05 here. Now 5. It'll get 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 5. $5 here. 5 here. It'll get 4.05. 4.05. 4.05. Hayes. $4. 6. Cooksies. The last two were. Were they bulls? They're steers. Tom and Bob Cooksey. This is Karen Graham. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $2 a pound, 210, 220, and 210, 20, would have been 210, 20, there, would have been 210, 20, there, would have been 210, 20, and 210, 20, would have been 210, 20, there, would have been 210, 20, here, 210, 20, would have been 20, and 20, would have been 20, 10, 20, there, would have been 20, 20, there, would have been 20, 20 here, so 210, Ricardo. Put loaded on that ticket. He does. No. 325 and 325 and 310 and 310 12 of them, but 10 12 of them, good to be 10 and 12 of them, good to be 10 and 12 of them, good to be 10 12 of them, but 10 12 of them, good to be 10 12 of them, 15 and has 17 and a half, 17 20 of them, but 22 and a half and 20 down 2 and a half, good to be 20 but 2 and a half, good to be 20 but 2 and a half, good to be 22 and a half, 5 and half 25 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, good to be 27 and a half here, Varner 325 on 85. Yep. $250. 255 and 55, 60, going to be 70, going to be 82, 82, 75, 85, and 285 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, and 90, going to get 295, going to get 295, going to be 295, yet Antone, 295, 3, and 95, going to get 3, now 5, 305, now 5, going to get 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 5, Ricardo, $3. There's a nice heifer. Lost your calf. Lost your calf. Guys, right there. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. It'll get 5, 5, 5, 5, it'll get 5, high side, 5, 5, it'll get 305 and now 10, going to be 310, 15, 310, 15, and 10 and 15, going to be 10, it'll get 15, going to be 10, it'll get 15, it'll be 10, going to be 15, Terry, 310, 9. 250. 255, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 260, 265, and to get 70, and 270, we get 270, we get 270, 270, and 270 pound, going to be 270, we get 265, 70, and how 70, we get 270, we get 270, showtime, 265 on 2. $3, 305, and 305, we get 5 here, 5 here, going to be 305, and 305 here, 3, we get 3, and 3, we get 3, and 3 here, 275, 80, and 75, 80, and 75, going to be 85, and 95 here, 95 here, 95 here, 95, and now 3, we get 3, and 95, we get 3, and 95, we get 3, and 95, going to be $3, and 95, going to be 300, and 3, going to be 95, we get 3, Jason, 295 on number 11. Pretty good Heifers here, guys, here, 325. 325, yeah, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 325, and 325, 5 here, 225 here, 25, 325 here, 325, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 3, now 5, 305, and 3.5, and 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 305, and 3.5 here, we're going to be 5, we get $5, we get $5, we get $5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, half 10, 310, 310, and down 10, bit of a 10, and down 10, good of a 10, Jimmy Darren, 310, bit of a 10, good of a 10, bit of a 10, good of a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, sold, 305, Bryce. 66X and Prague. Got a bad left front foot, $2. 210, 20, and 210, 20, 20, 30, we get 30, we get 40, we get 40, we get 50, 50, carry out, 250, 60, and 250, 60, going to be 2.5, going to be 260, 70, we get 270, 80, and how 80, we get 280, we get 280, 90, and how 90, bit of a 90, 90, 80, 90, going to be 80, we get 90, going to be 80, 90, going to be 80, going to be 90, 90, bit of a 90, 90, here, showtime, 280 on 2. $3. $3.05, and $3.05, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 3, we get 5, now 3, we get 5, going to be 3, 10, 15, 20, and hand 20, 20, and 25, 30, we get 3, 30, now 30, now 30, and 25, going to be 30, we get 30, and 25, 30, and 5, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, we get 3, 35, 40, we get 3, 40, 3, 35, 40, and hand 35, and 40, we get 40, bit 43, we get 40, bit 43, we get 40 here, Bryce, 335, 6. Drag all the 6s. 6X, that's one. Byron Lover, guys, $1 pound. 110, and $110 here, going to be 120, 120, 140, going to be 40, going to be 60, going to be 180, $2 a pound, going to be 2 now, 2, going to be 2, yeah, down here, 220, and now 40, going to get 240, 260, 280, 280, and now 80, going to get 280, 260, going to be 280, 280, you're out, 280, Ricardo, 260. She's pretty high. Bad back, $3. $3.05, and $3.05, we get 5 here, and 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 3, we get 5, go to 3, we get 5, go to 3, 05, and 3.5 here, and 5, we get 5, we get $5, 3, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 10, go to be 3, 10, 15, 20, and 20, and hand 20, we get 3, 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, yeah, Bryce here, 325, and 325 here, 25 here, 5 here, Terry, 320 on 9. Mel says she's got bad feet. $250. 270 and 250 70 you're gonna get 250 70 you're gonna get 270 you're gonna be 50 you're gonna get 70 you're gonna be 50 270 90 and now 93 10 310 310 310 310 $3 now 10 $3 now 10 310 20 310 20 310 pound 20 sold 310 and tone. $3 a pound, $3 down 5, and $3.05, it'll get 5 5 here, 5, it'll get 5 half 5, and $3.05, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, 305, and $3.05 and 5 here, 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5 and 10, go to 310, 310, 310, yeah, poke 310, and down 10, but 310, and down 10, go to 10, but 10, go to 10, 15, 315, and 10 and 15 here west, 310, 18, 19, X preg. Got a few calves? D-Max Corbin. They look weaned. They look weaned right there, here, 385, and 385, 85 there, going to be 85 there, going to be 85, 85, and 95, and 95, it'll get 4, it'll get 5, going to be 5, going to be 10, now 10, 15, 20, and 4, 20, it'll get 4, 20, it'll get 4, 25, and 25, and 30, it'll get 4, 35, and 35, 40, it'll get 4, 45, it'll get 4, 45, 50, and now 5, 55, 60, 65, and 65, and 65, 65, and 65, and 65, $5 here, 60. Did you get 465, 70, 5, 80, 480? Threw me a curveball. 480. H, 475, nothing. That's was he? Yeah, come on Tuesday, Terry. Looks like Tuesday. Same deal. D-Max. $5. 505 and 505 and 505. It'll get 5 here. 5. It'll get 505. Going to be 505 here. 505 and 505 here. 5 here. 450 and 450. 60. Going to be 4.5. Go to 60. 70. 470. 80 and 480. It'll get 480. It'll get 470. Give 80 and 470. 80 pound. 90. It'll get 490. Going to be 85. 85 and 90. It'll get 495. It'll get 95. It'll get $5 a pound. Going to be 505. 10 and 15. 20 and 520. It'll get 520 and 20 20 here. You're going to be 520, but 20 here. You're going to be 20 here. Tubby 515, 15, just 5. Nope. 350. 350 and 3.5, it'll get 350, 60 and 370, it'll get 370, going to be 380, it'll get 390, it'll get $4 a pound, going to be 410, 420, 430, 440, 50, 60, 70, 470, 470, and 470, it'll get 470, it'll get 470, it'll get 470, sold 460. Jason, straight. Let's put on Jason straight. Neighbor wants him back. Huh. What about him? $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 and 5 and 10. Good to be 10. We get 15. Good to be 20. $3.25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 and 30. $3.30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. We get 30 out of line. $3.30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. Good to be 3.30. We get 3.30 and 25. We get 3.30 and 25. 33 and half. 30 and half. 30 and tone. 325. Kyle. Hanaran, Heifers. 325, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 the hand, 25, 27 the hand, 7 the hand, 7 the hand, going to be 27 the hand, 750 and 20, 7 the hand, going to be 27 the hand, 7 the hand, 7 the hand, going to be 2750 and 20, 7 the hand here, Bryce, 325, 66X. Or 6X spread. 6X. Swanson, guys. Yes. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Guaranteed open. Swanson's, guys, and they are guaranteed open here. 335. Yeah, 335 and 35, 35, 35, 37 and 37 and 40 and 5 and 45. It'll get 55 and 55, 60 and 5 and to get 73, 73, 73, 70 and now 70. It'll get 3, 75 and 75 here. 75, 83, 80. It'll get 3, 80. It'll get 3, 75, 80 and 3, 75. Give 83, 80. It'll get 3, 80. It'll get 3, 80. It'll get 3, 85, 85, 90 and now 95, 95, 95, 95, 92 and a half 5 and 95 here. 95, 95 and 95. It'll get 95, 95 LaFleur. 392 and a half, 70. Here's a Mendale cattle, guys. Right there, you're going to be 3 ahead of the Mendales. Right there, here, 320. 325, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 30 and 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 3, 40, we get 3, 40, we get 3, 40 and 35, 40 and 5 and 45 here, 45, 45, 50, we get 3, 50, we get 3, 55 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, yeah, on line. Now 60 and 3, 60 there, 55, 60, 55, 60, here's hold 355, Bryce 6X. Different member of the family here, 375.80 and 75.80 and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 365 and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 65 and 365 and 65 and 65, 70, we get 375, 70 and 370, we get 370 now, 70 now, 70, going to be 70, we get 70, we get 70, LaFleur, 365, 70. Put him on 75. Mendale. Good eye, Mike. Yeah. No. All the same, Austin, Mendale. Hey, they're pretty good, guys. 325, yeah, 325 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 27, 50 and 27 and a half, 30, we get 3, 30 and 30 bit 30 and 30 bit 30 and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40 and 2 and a half, going to be 40 and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 50 and 40, we get 2 and a half, what about 1, 2 and 42, 43, 43, 43 and a 4, here, going to be 44, we get 4, 5 and 46 under and 45, 6, 7, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 46, 7 and 7 and 7, 46, 7 and 47 and 7 and 7 and 7 to bid, 47 to buy and halfway and 47 to buy, 47 to buy and hand high, good to be 9, Totter, good to be 8, hand high, good to be 9, Totter, good to be 9, Totter, good to be 9, here, good to be 9, against sold, 348, LaFleur, put him on 71. Here's Cooksy's Heifers. Bill and Ted, or whoever it was.
Big old giant steers back here anywhere. Like 11 weight.
325, yeah, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, and 45, 7 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, we get 30, and 30, and 30, 30, 30, 3, 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, and 30, and 30, 30, 30, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, we get 35, we get 35, 35, and 3, 35, 3, 35 here, Tubby, 330, 2 and a half, 18X.
Jason said you could get a load of them. He was sorting on Reno Heifers. There's a big old end of them, but there won't be a whole load of one right. You can get a load. Yes. All right, thank you.
Are hard to find here. Sean Walters, guys, out there at Canute. They're guaranteed open. Canute. 325, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 325, and 25 here, and 25 here, and 25 here, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 325, and 2750, and 20, 27 of hand, 30, 30, 30, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 of hand, 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 37 of 40, and half, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 4250, and 40, 2 and a half, 40, and 2 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, here, Troy, 340 on 17. X and Prague.
Sold 2 of them early. I think you bought them. And then 5 of them were bred.
Yeah. Yeah.
I should have said something. I ran into that problem with that guy one time. He said, well, I didn't guarantee him open. Well, I said, well, I did.
Escobar cattle, guys. Escobar, Juan Escobar from down there at, yeah, he's down there at Fort Worth somewhere, down around there.
Good condition.
350. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 60, 55, going to be 70, 55, going to be 80, down 380, and 70 out on line, 380, and 75, 3, 75, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 3, 90, 95, and 95, 95, 4, and 95, 4, and 95, 4, and half 4, now 5, and 405 here, 2 and a half, and 4, 2 and a half, and 5 here, 405, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, going to be 4, 10, going to be 14, and 10 about 10 here, going to be 10, bit of a 10, going to be 10, bit of a 10, going to be 10, now 10, 10, 10, 10, sold for 7 and a half, LaFleur 70. Yeah. Sterling City, Texas, guys. 5 H's. Howard, Forwood.
Good weights now. Take a look.
Good weights in the cattle, guys here. Quality, right there, 350 and half 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and 60, now 2 and a half, and 5, and 7 and a half, 70, and half 70, now 2 and a half, 75, 50, and now 80, now 2 and a half, going to be 82, 50, 82 and a half, going to be 80, we get 2 and a half, 5, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, now 90, and now 90, 93, going to be 92 and a half, we get 90, now 2 and a half, going to be 90, now 2 and a half, going to be 92, 50, and 92 and a half, going to be 90, we get 2 and a half, here, SH, 390. 26X. Here's a Davis cattle. They are APOs already checked upon the Davis Heifers. 350 and half 5, 55, 55, 55, 60, and half 5, and now 70, 3, 75, 75, 75, 80, going to be 80 down, 380, and 75, going to be 80 down, 75, 80, and 75, 3, 80, 3, 80, 3, 80 down, 75, give 83, 80, 3, 80, 3, 83, 75, give 80, and 75, going to be 80 here, same way, 375, SH 26X. 6 more the Davis. Oh, those last ones were APOs. Okay. 325, 325, and 25, 25, 27 of hand, 7 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 of hand, 750, and 20, 7 of hand, 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 7 of 30, 30, then 2 of hand, good with 2 and a half, 5, and 35, hand 37 of hand, 7 of hand, 7 of 40, 40, then 2 of hand, good with 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 of hand, 47 of hand, 46 7, and 47, 46 7, and 6 7 hand, 7 7 7 7, 46 7 hand, 7 7, yeah, Jeff, 47, and 46 7 hand, 7 7, 46 7 hand, 7 to be 47 about here to be 346, 18. Here's the Haymaker guys from Hennessy. All one raising. So the light in yesterday. Short weed, not much flesh. 350, now 2.5, and 352 and a half, bit of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, good of a 2.5, bit of a 2.5, good of a 2.5, good of a 52.50, and 52 and a half, out the gate 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 down 60, 360, now 2.5, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, down 70, bit of a 2 and a half, 72.50, and 72 and a half, good of a 70, bit of a 2 and a half, good of a 70, bit of a 2 and a half, good of a 72.50, and 72 and a half here, 72 and a half here, Runyon, 370 on number 26. He does okay. Yeah. He might have a few here today, Tom. White faces.
Ponder, Texas.
Let's go to Ponder, Texas. Jerry North. They are white faces, every one of them. Checked open.
Wait.
355, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and half, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 80, and half, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 93, going to be 90, 92 and a half, going to be 92 and a half, 5, and 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 97, 50, and 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 97 and a half here, 97, 50, Runyon, 395, 26. Four more bigots here, 325. Yeah, 325 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27.50 and 20 now, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, going to get 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35 here, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 40, 40, and half, 40, 42 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52.50, and 52 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, going to be 50 and 2 and a half, going to be 50 and 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half here, Tubby, 350, 18. Thank you, Mr. North. Here's Alden cattle from OKC. Probably not. I have not. Jeff, how's Ernie doing? Good. Great. Awesome. Awesome. Great. I need to get Ernie's number. Here's a worn cattle from up there at OKC here, 335. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40. Going to get 40. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to get 5. Going to be 7 and a half. Going to be 50 and 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half. Going to be 60 now, 2 and a half, 5 and 65, 7 and a half, 70 and 2 and a half, 5 and 75, 50 and 77 and a half, 80, 82 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half. Going to be 87 and 5 and 90. Going to get 390, 87 and a half. Going to be 390 and 90, but 93. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Going to get 90. Going to be 90. Going to be 90. Hit LaFleur 387 and a half on number 75. 70 fly. 70 fly. Here's Anderson Ranch guys from Midland, Texas. Be 21 of them. They're checked up on. Nice females right there, here, 355 and 55 and 55 and 55 and 55, 7 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, 5, and it's now 7 and a half, 70, now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 75 here, 75, 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, going to be 77, 50, and 77 and a half, and 80, and now 80, but 80 there, going to be 82 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 82, 50, 82 and a half, here, bit of a half here, going to be 82 and a half, going to be 82 and a half, going to be 82, going to be half, Runyon, 380 on 26. Whiteface Day. Look at here. These are pretty cool. JDGs, guys. They're going to be loaded these heifers all together. They're all checked open. 385. Yeah, 385 there. Going to be 85, 85, 890. 85, 90 here. 85, going to be 95, 95, 95, 4. And 95, 84. Now 5. Going to be 10. Going to be 410. 410. 15, 20. And hand 20, 20, and 20. And 420. Going to get 425. And 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. 425. And 25 here. 425. 425. Yeah, 25. And 25, 25, 25 here. 25. 425 here. Tubby. 420. 16. Looks like a raisin bill. Yeah, JDGs.
Checked open.
All sleeved open. 352 and a half, 352 and a half, not 2 and a half, go to 52 and a half, go to 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 52, 50, 52 and a half, go to 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 51, 50, 51, 50, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, out the gate, 51, 51, 51, 2, 1, 2, 3, 53, 53, 4, 54, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, and 53, now 4, and 53, 4, 53, now 4, here, Tubby, 353, 18. Sure do. All right, guys, let's go to Seymour. Kim Martin, Seymour, Texas. Sleeved open.
They're getting get big for you.
They will have a large carcass when you get done. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, going to get 30, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, 40, 40, bit 40, and half, 40, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, and half 40, and half 40, going to get 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 41, 3, and 41, 3, 41, going to get 3, and 41, going to get 3, and 41, now 3, 5, and 43, 5, 7, and 45, 7, and 7, and 7, and 45, going to be 7 here, 47 here, 45, bit 7, and 45, 47 here, 45, going to get 7, bit 7 here, Tubby, 345, 28. Flatmans. Here's a Flatman Cat and Hunter monster. Be 2 draft. These Heifers guys be load all together. Be steers later.
Nice game.
Flatman's here, 55, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, and 55, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7, 60 and a half, 60 and a half, 62 and a half, and 5, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 67, 50, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 67, 50, and 67 and a half, 7 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 and a half, left lure, 3, 65, 70, just 70. There's a big in. They're sleeved open, aren't they, Liv? Oh, guaranteed open. Big, aren't they? Weigh 9. 310, and 310, 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, going to be 10, and 12 to 5, going to be 10, and 12 to 5, going to be 310, 12 to 5, going to be 10, and 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, 15, and half 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 50, and 17 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 15, 17, 50, and 17, bit of a half here, going to be 17 and a half, going to be 17 and a half, going to be 17 and a half here, Troy, 315, 18X. You don't want to do anything to them if they're bred, do you?
I bet these are nice.
Hey, here's Gary's dad. Gary Gage. Be one of the nicest sets of Heifers that have come through the ring today.
Make cows out of that.
He didn't save anything back. He brought them all to town. 355, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 5, going to be 7 and a half, 70 and a half, 72, 50, now 5, and 75, 77 and a half, 77, 50, 80, and now 80, but 80, going to 380, and 380, going to get 3, 2 and a half, going to be 82 and a half, what about 1, 81, 81 out of 1, here, going to be 80 out of 1, here, going to be 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, LaFleur, 380 on 70. Here's 10 cow makers. You want to make some cows someday, guys? Here you go. 320. 322 and a half, and 320, bid 2 and a half, going to be 20, then 2 and a half, 320, and hand 20, going to get 320, going to be 20, bid 20, 310, and 310, 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, going to be $3 a pound, 302 and a half, and 250, and 32 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, and $3 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 3 and a 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, 305, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50, and 3, 7 and a half here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here, Varner, 305 on number 8. You want them pregged? Oh, they're already checked open? I'm sorry. My bad. Little. Here's a malt cattle, guys, from Yukon. Mock cattle 335 and 335 and 35 35 35 35 and 335 and 35 35 35 35 35 35 35 and 335 and 335 and 335 and 335 and 335 and 35 here who bid and 35 here 35 35 35 35 35 35 37 a hand 7 a hand 7 a hand 7 a hand going to be 337.50 and 37 a hand 7 a hand 7 a hand 40 and half 40 and half 40 40 42 and a half 42 and a half Tubby 340 put him on 18 14 X 14X. Some more of them.
Pretty nice.
Another set of cow makers. More of the mocks. Yeah, it's right there. $3. $3 2 and a half and $3 2 and a half. Gonna get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 5 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10. Gonna be 310, 310, 12 of them. Gonna be 10 and 12 of them. Gonna be 10 and 12 of them. Gonna be 10, 12, 50. You 10, 12 of them. Bit of a 10, 12 of them. 10, 12 of them. 15 and a half, 15. Gonna get 50, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half. Here's down 20. Now 20 and hand 20. Bit of a 20. Gonna be 20. Bit of a 20. Gonna be 20. Gonna be 20. Hand 20. H 317 and a half. 1. Don't know. See if he'll remember you next time. Gary, thanks. That's Reno and Byford. Oh, Rother Brothers.
Wow.
Ain't they cool? 285. 285. Yeah, 285 there. You're going to be 85 there. You're going to be 285 there. You're going to be 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 90. And now, you're going to get 2 and a half, 5. Yeah, 95 here. Here, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 7 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 and a half online. Going to be 97, 50. And 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 97, 50. And 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 97 and a half, going to be 97 and a half, going to be 97 and a half, going to be 97, going to be half here, going to be 97, going to be half. Sold them 295. Varner, 8X Preg. Do not abort nothing. Here's some little thin grazers. D-Max Corbin, guys. Little grazers here. 385. Yeah, 385 there. Going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, 89, 95. And 95 Juba here, 95, 94, and 95, going to get 4, and now 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 4, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 405, and 5 here, 5, 5, 5, 5, going to get 5, 7 and a half, 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 750, now 10, and now 10, but 10, 12 and a half, 15, and now 15, and 412 and a half, going to be 15, and 15, 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, going to get 15, 17 and a half, and 17, 20, and hand 20 will be 22 and a half, going to be 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and for 25 here, 25 here, 25 here, 25 here, 25 here, 25, 25, going to get 5, to be for 22 and a half, 16X. Springtown, Texas. Luke Hale. 2 drafts for the Hales here. 355 and 55 and 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 16 and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, now 70 and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 5, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75, 85, and 75, 85, and 75, 85, 75, 85. Here, LaFleur, 370, 2 and a half on number 70. All the hail cattle. 335 and 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Weights, guys, right here. 332 and a half and 35. 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here. 35 here. 35, 37 and a half and 37 and a half, 7 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 to 40 and half, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42, 50 and 45. 45 and 43, 5 and 45, 7 here. 45, going to be 7, 9, 47, going to be 9, 50 and 350, going to get 51 and 50 and half, 50, 51 here. Under 1, 50 and half, 1 here. Here, Tubby. 350 on number 18X. Nope. Bob Sites. Here's Sites got a guys from Collinsville, Texas. Pretty cool right there here. 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, and 55 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 59, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, go to 50 and 2 and a half, go to 50 and 2 and a half, go to 50 and 2 and a half, 52, 55 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60 and now 67 and a half, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 65 and has a good 65 and 65 and has a good 7 and a half and 67 and a half and 67 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half going to be 67 and a half and I sold them 365 online buyer Caleb Boren. Gearhart cattle from down there at Winters, Texas, guys. He raised them on. Right there, going to be Gearhart time. Right there, here, 335 and 35, 40 and 35, 40. We get 35, 40, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 40, 40. And 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5 and 45 and 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55 and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and 60 and now 62 and a half. We get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 65 and has a good 5 here, 365 and 65 and has a good 65 and now 5 here at Tubby 362 and a half 17X. Kind of moving like your truck. Yeah, same thing. Nope. Yep. We enjoyed it. Oh, yeah. That's what I told him. I said, there's no casinos between here and Tuttle. Oh, nowhere? I said, nowhere. Here's Beth Harrington, guys. They're all one raising. They're all guaranteed off from down there in the Big Red River. 325, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5, 325, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7, Wheaties, guys, Wheaties only, 325, 750, and 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 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 going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, now 30, and now 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, West shot 40, and half 40, 40, 40, going to get 47 and a half, 40, and half 40, 40, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, and half 40, and 7 and a half, 40, 40, 30, going to get 40, going to be 40, and half 40 here, 40, 30, going to get 40 here, Tubby, 337 and a half on number 28, 12X. Thank you, Beth. Be steers later. She's got some home raised steers. Here's 3 drives for Jamie Houck. Well, handy weight cattle here at 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 55, 7 and 50, and 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 55, and 55 here, 50, and now 2 and a half, going to be 50, now 2 and a half, going to be 50, now 2 and a half, going to be 50, now 2 and a half, 50, now 50, and 350, now 50, 40, and 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 40, now 2 and a half, 42, 50, and 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half here, Tubby. 340 on 2X 2X. 320, that 2.5, and 322 and a half, going to be 322.50, and 320, bit of a 2.5, going to be 2.5, 22 and a half, going to be 20, that 2.5, going to be 20, going to get 2.5, 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, now 30, now 30, and 32 and a half, going to be 2.5, going to get 2.5, going to be 32.50, and 30, that 2.5, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 37.50, and 37 and a half here, H, 335, 2. We got one more draft of heifers and we'll sell steers later. She's usually here snuggled up next to you. Uh-oh. No more snuggling. Yeah. Three more guys here, 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 325, and 325 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 30, we get 330, and 5, we get 335, 2 and a half, 35, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40, we get 3, 40, and 40, 2 and a half, and 40, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45 here, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 50, we get 3, 50 down, 50 down, 52 and a half, 5, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 60, and 3, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 60 here, Bryce, 357 and a half, 6X. Here's some Caldwell cattle. Mostly heifers, huh? Here is Asa Bennett, guys. Be 2 drafts of these cattle. Our black bulls right there, here, 55, and 355, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 60 and a half, 60 down 2 and a half, and 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, now 70, now 72 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, 77, now 80, and 3, 83, good to be 80, 83, good to be 80, 1, 81, 82, 82, 3, 83, 4, 84, 85, 85 here, 86 $6 there, 87 here, 87, 87, 87, 87, 87, $8, 87 here, good to be 87, but 8 here, good to be 87, but 8 here, good to be 87, $8, and now 88 here, good to be 87, good to be 88, and now 87, good to be 88 here, good to be 87, but 8 here, sold 387, LaFleur 75. Here's a big one, guys. He raised them all. They're all sleeved open. $325 and $325 and $25, $25, $25, $25, $25, $20, $25 and $325 and $25, $27 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and going to be $27 and going to be $27 and going to be $27.50 and $27 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7 and $7.30 and $30 be 30 going to be 30 down 1 and 30 here 31 31 31 31 31 31 here going to be 331 and 30 down 2 1 2 2 3 and 33 to get 3 and 33 to get 3 and 4 and 33 to get 4 and 34 to get 5 and 35 and 35 35 35 34 get 5 and 34 to 5 here, 34 to 5 here, 34 to 5 here, 34. Did you get 5? Now 5 here, Tubby. 334, 28. Thank you, Asa. Wayne Yates. Here's the Yates cattle, Wayne Yates.
Right off the wheat now. Condition to burn, short.
Right off the wheat, guys. Condition, weights. Look at the weights, look at the condition. And quality, $4. 405 and 405. Gonna get 505 here. 5. Gonna get 5. Gonna get 405. 405. 405 and 405 here. 5 here. Now 5. Gonna get 5. Gonna get 5. Gonna get 5. Gonna get 5. 405 and 405 here. 5 here. 5 dollar. Gonna get 5. 405 and 405 and 405 dollar. Gonna get 5. 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 405. Tubby, $4. 16.
Who did we miss? HAG Farm.
Let's go to work on the HAG farms, guys.
Right off the wheat.
2 drafts these cattle right off the wheat.
Checked open.
Checked them open. 335 and 335 and 35 35 35 35 35 35 35 37 and a half 35 37 50 and 37 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 40 and 2 and a half 42 and a half 42 and a half 5 and 45 and 45 47 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and 50 and half 50 50 and 50 and 1 50 and 1 51 2 and 51 2 3 52 3 53 4 53 4 53 4 5 and 55 56 hundred and 55 56 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 $8 here $8 here 9 good to be 9 here good to be 8 and 9 60 yes 60 and 1 and have 1 have 2 good to be 2 good to be 1 2 good to be 1 good to be 2 3 good to be 3 and 3 good to be 3 and 4 and have 3 good to be 4 and have 3 good to be 4 and 3 good to be 4 64 5 and now 5 6 and 66 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 $8 and now 8 and now 9 now 9 good to be 9 70 now 70 now 70 and 9 2 good to be 70 good to be 3 70 good to be 9 70 now 70 and 370 now 70 good to be 70 good to be 70 good to be 70 good to be 70 here good to be 70 Runyon 369 on number 26. 37 more of these cattle guys. HAG Farms. $325 and $325 and $25 and $325 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 30 30 and 2 and a half good with 2 and a half 5 and 35 37 and 7 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 50 40 and half 40 40 40 42 and a half 2 and a half 41 2 and 41 2 41 2 41 2 41 2 41 2 and 40 and 2 1 good to be 2 41 2 and 41 2 41 2 good to be 1 2 good to be 41 good to get $2 bit of a 2 here Tubby 341 28.
They just didn't put it on the card. They're already prayed. Yeah. They're on the list.
Do you need to go back? Or you want to just tell them in the office? Yeah, why don't you do that? Yeah, they probably need to.
Good catch. There's some more of these Mendels now.
Here's 29 head of the Mendels, guys, up there at Loyal.
Remember they run that Brad Heifer, she goes home.
Okay, yep. Brad Heifers
Nice
goes
guy.
home, yep. Bill Dale's right there, 320, 320, 10, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 13, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, and 310, 11, 12, and 13, together 13, 13, 14, going to be 14, 15, and 15, 16 there, going to be 16, going to be 15, going to be 16, going to be 15, going to be 315, 16, 17, and 17, 17, 18, 18, going to be 19, going to be 19, going to be 19, going to be 19, going to be 18, 19, and 19, 18, 19, 20, and 19, 21, and 21, and 20, and 20 done, 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, and 321, here, H, 320, number one. Here's the Weissingers. Victoria, Texas. We had the light ones here yesterday.
Well, no meat now. Checked open.
No meat on these cattle guys, and they're all checked open. She raised them all. Be a nice set of ladies going in the summer. They are? They're at Express Bulls. Well, let's count them across real quick. Can we?
Yeah, it should be 44.
Yeah, count them out. Yeah. We'll get a good head count. Watch them drift out. Out of Brangus, Angus cows, and Express Bulls. Angus, Brangus cows, and out of Express Bulls. Well, she does a good job. We'll get the right head count, and then we'll sell them. There is right there, 355, and 55, and 55, 57, 57, going to be 60, going to be 70, going to be 80, going to be 90, going to be 90, and 390, and 100, 390, 85, 90, 95, 95 here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 2.5, and 92, 50, and 95 here, 95, 95, 93, 5, and 93, 5, and 97, 97, 97, 97, 95, 99, 94, and 99, 4, now 1, and now 1, now 3, 3, and 5 here, 5, 7, and 7, and 7, going to be 4, 9, going to be 9, 407, 9, 11, and 4, 11, 13, 13, 13, 11, 13, 11, 13, 11, going to be 13, 13, 11, going to be 13, going to be 11, going to be 13, going to be 11, going to be 13. Tubby, 411, put them on 16. We got steers after a while. Thank you, ma'am. I did a little better job than he did yesterday. Here's the old burn, guys. Walika, Oklahoma. It's usually one raise and two, I think. 43. 43, 3, 50, 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 55, 57, 7, 75, 57, 50, and 57, 7, 7, 7, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, 60, and now 2.5, 5, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 67.5, and now 70, 3, 72.5, 75, 75, checked them up on 750, 80, and 3, 80, going to be 81, $81 here, 81, here, 81, 81, 81, 81, here, going to be 3. 81, 2, 82, 83, 4, 5, 86, 86 here, 86 here, 86, 7, 87, 88, and now hey there, here, 87, going to be 88, there, going to be 87, going to be 8 here, going to be 87, going to be 8 here, going to be 87, going to be 8. Sold 387, Tubby, 16. this.
These are A-bars.
Here's an A-bar cattle, guys.
They checked them at the ranch.
All right,
Open,
they
that's why
checked them open at the ranch. That's why they're here.
nice.
310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 11, 11, 13, 11, we get 311, go to 310, 11, and 310, 11, we get 311 outside, 11, and 310, 11, 12, and 12, and 13, we get 14, we get 14, we get 15, go to be 16, go to be $16, and 15, 16, and 53, go to be 16, go to be 15, go to be 16, go to be 15, bid 16, and 15, go to be 16, go to be 15, go to be 16, $1.50, 15, go to be 16 here, H315 on number 1. Nice set of heifers. There you go.
These 5 did not check. We'll guarantee them open.
Okay. Here's 5 more that did not get checked, but we'll guarantee them open.
What's pokey?
Uh-oh. You want to check them?
Pokey were going to be bred, I think.
I know, but I think we get a bunch for them if they were bred. Let's send them to shoot and get them checked. Let's send them to shoot and preg them.
They better hurry.
Tell them as soon as she gets here to start on these. DP, I might have some bred heifers for you here after a while. That's kind of your size. He likes a biggin. Guess we're going to sell them other heifers last. 4,000? 35. Well, we'll find out. More white faces? Who you got here? Is it? Crittenbrink? Yep. Ryan Crittenbrink. Below them all together. Here's the first 17. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half and 37.50 and 37 going to be 40 bid 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 41, 41, 41, 41 and 41 2, 43, 43 4 here, 5 here, 45 and 44 5 and 45 here, 5 5 here, 5 here, 44 5 600 and 45 going to be 6 7 and 47 7 7 7 7 7 7 here, going to be 47 and 47 give 8 and 47 going to be $8 47 going to be $8 47 going to be 8 here 47 going to be 48 47 going to be 8 Caleb Bourne 347. Okay, thank you, doctor.
I'm not going to argue with you.
43 more Ryans, guys, up here at Oak Archie. Made him pretty black, didn't he? Looks like he bought him off of one string, didn't he?
Pretty nice, right off the wheat.
335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 30 half and 37 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, 40 and 40, 42 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 45 here, 45, 47 and a half, 7 half, 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 50 and 352 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 250 and 52 and a half, wash out 52.50 and 52 and a half, 50 that 2 and a half, going to be 50 that 2 and a half, 52.50 and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 50 that 2 and a half, going to be 50 that 2 and a half, going to be 50, 2 and a half. Tub 350, 28. Were Caleb's preg all the You need to preg all Caleb Bourne's heifers.
What?
Okay, the one set was already pregged open. Caleb. We'll check them for you, Caleb.
That's a good idea. Just shut up.
Troy Denwalt. It's Denwalt time.
Yeah, they're West Town. Wow. They're really nice.
Come from up north. What? Yeah, Runyon bottom for him.
Okay, this is going to be a split graph at 68, 34 here. Give me a good head count.
I see one little short-eared heifer. She's going to be on the deal, guys.
Yeah, that's
They're all going to go. We're going to start calling it them in the eyes.
nice, real nice.
You stepped up to the plate when you bought these, didn't you? Big Troy. Nice job, TJ. 325. Yeah, 325 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 about 30, and 30, then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 30, both that, 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40, and 40, and 40, and 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and 50, now 50, now 50, now 1, and 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, here, going to be 3, 51, and 50, 51, here, 1, 2, 2, 3, half 2, and down 2, and 52, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 3, and 53, 53, 53, 53, 53 and a half, 53 and a half, 54, and 54, 3, 54 and a half, it'll get 54 and a half, it'll get 54 and a half. Thank you for what you do. Hold them 354, put them on LaFleur on number 71. Thank you. TJ says thank everybody. Be more next week. Let's go to Ada. Be a load of these cattle guys. Monroe guys from down there in Ada here, 35. Yeah, 35 Express on the sire side, 35. Yeah, 35 No Implantations here, 35. Yeah, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 Saf, and 37 of hand, 35, 37 of hand, 7 of hand, 7 of hand, 7 of hand, going to be 37 of hand, 40, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 42, 55, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 10, 45, 45, 45, 7 and a half, and 47 of hand, 7 of hand, 7 of hand, 7 of hand, 47, 50, and 40, going to get 7 of hand, going to be 40, going to get 7 of hand, going to be 40, going to get 7 of hand, LaFleur, 345, 71. Here's a cow power walking in. Monroe's he here? Goodness gracious, they are good. Express on the sire side, right there, here, 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, and 310, 11, 11, 310, 11, bit of 3, 11, bit of 3, 11, bit of 310, 11, and 310, 11, 3, 11, 3, 11, 3, 11, 12, and 12 and 13, bit of 13, 13, 13, 12 and 13, 14, 14, 15, and 50, 50, 15, 15, and 50, 16, 16, 17, 17, 17, 17, bit of 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, group 19, 20, and 20, and 1, and 21, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 22, now 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, 4, and 23, 4, 23, 4, 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, going to be 23, 4. So 323, Varner, 78. Were they guaranteed?
Yeah.
X and Pregum, right? Gotcha. And don't do nothing at their no aborts.
Be a load of these good years.
Be a load of these cattle guys from Stephenville, be the Yearies. You know him, DP, Yeary from Stephenville. 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and a half, and 37 of going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, and 5, 47 of going to be 50 now, 50, and half, 50, going to get 50, going to get 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 51, 3, and 51, 3, 55, and 55, 55, 7, 55, going to be 7, and going to be 9, going to be 9, 60, and half, 60, and 60, and 1, and to get 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and 3, 3, and 4, here's 64, and 3, going to get 4, going to be 3, 64, and half, 3, going to be 4, 100, half, 3, going to get 4, going to be 3, going to get 4, going to be 63, 64, and had 3, going to be $4, going to get $4 now. Sold 363 Runyon. Put them on 2.6. Is he buying for Jordan with 5 Rivers? Runyon.
Well, he does. Personally. They all Heifer specific. Dipstick's one.
It's more. Same deal. You hold her or I'll go. I'll go. 320. 322 and a half, and 322 and a half, go to 320, and hand 20 by 20, and hand 20, going to get 320, going to be 20, look here, Bryce here, 320, and 2 and a half, and 322 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, go 5, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7, 50, and now 30, and now 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 40, that 2 and a half, and 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, going to be 50, that 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 going to be 60. Now 2 and a half, and now 62 and a half here, Bryce. 360 on 6. X Pregum. They've already been checked on 6. Not your boys. Go to Waco, guys. Just one load this week. One load of coals. Yes, sir. Here. 350. Now 5. And 55. And 55. 55. 57. 55. 57. 7. 57. 50. And 57. 7. 60. And now 60. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 1 3. And now 3 5. And 65 7. And now 7. And 7 5. Going to be 67. And 65 7. 5 7 9. And now 9 now 70. And 3 70 pound. Going to be 9 70. Going to be 9 70. Now 70. And 3 70 pound. Going to be 70. 70. Going to be 9. Going to be 70. 70. Going to be 9. Going to be 70. Tubby 369. On 16. Yes, sir. I do too. Get to be a reputation customer. $37 more Coles guys down there at Waco. They're all sleeved open. You need some little handy grazers. Here you go. 365. And 70. And now 70. We get 2 and a half. 75. And 75 here. 7 and a half. 77. Going to be 80. 80 now. 80 there. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. 5. 85. 85 there. Going to be 85. 87. 87. 90. We get 3. 90. 90. 92 and a half. 92 and a half. 92 50. And 92 and a half. Going to be 90. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 90. We get 2 and a half. 392 50. And 90. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 92 and a half. Going to be 92 and a half. Going to be 92 and a half. And 92 and a half. 5. In 95. 97 and a half. 97 van, 97 van, 97 van, 97 van, group 9750, and 97 van, group 97 4, and 97 van, group 4, group 4, 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, 5, and 405, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 7 van, 10, group 4, 10, group 10, group 10, 12 van, group 10 and 12 van, group 10 and 12 van, group 10, 1250, you 10, 12 van, group 10, 12 van, group 10 and 12 van, group 10, 12 van, group 10, 12 van, here, Tubby, 4, 10, 16. Thank you, Colt. Hello, Curtis Dick. Let's go to Stockdale, Texas. Mark Cluck's going to be 5 loads in this draft. 5 loads altogether. Be 44 right here. Mark Cluck right there, here, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, and 55, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 750, and 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 60, and 60 down, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and Tommy out, 5, and 65, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 67 and a half, Tub, 365, 16. Be 255 of the next draft, 255 bouncing in. Hello, Ed Rother. Nope. Did you do that, TJ? Did you stack the cups? Did you do that? No, he's got to get a ladder. Yeah. There's 47 of them. Yeah, yeah. That ain't right. 48. There we go. Yep, pretty good weights in the cattle. Check out them weights. They're good summertime feeding girls.
Not too much today. They're checked open.
They're all sleeved open. One more. Okay. Victoria. You know where Stockdale is, Miss Weisinger? Sure do, she said. How about you, Terry? You know where it's at? Nope. You do. Ah, don't be a fun hater, CA.
Down near the Corpus Christi, huh? Kinda. Yeah, I tried to get them 2 more, and they couldn't get down there fast enough.
Mighty Pot's trotting in, guys. Opportunity to bid on 250 something of these ladies. Every one of them sleeved open. Let's bid 320, head 5. 325, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, and 7, and 7, and going to be 27, 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 and 30, and 30, and 30, 30, going to be 30, 30, 30, 32, and going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, and 37, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 750, and 37, and 7, and 7, and going to be 37, and 35, 600, and 35, 36, 7, and 37, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, $8, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 37, 8, 37, $8, and 37, 37, $38 and 37 of every 30 heavy 37 going to be 30 heavy 37 every 30 hey 37 you done 39 and 39 and Hanheim bit of a half night and Hanheim bit night and Hanheim bit 39 going to be $9 going to be 9 and 9 39 8 going to be $9 going to be 9 39 bit 39 bit 39 going to be $9 39 here sold 338 and a half to be 11 338.50. Here's a par cattle, Doug Parr. Down there at Ninico, been selling on these the last 3 weeks. These heifers come right off the wheat down there at Ninico. We 119 in this offering. The 119 of Doug Parrs. They are sleeved open. Yep, they're all sleeved open as well.
Hello. I'm good. How are you? Oh yeah. What you got coming? What do you got coming?
That's you, Mr. Parr. Gotcha. Nice animals. You do good work as always.
Oh, I got no idea about that.
Right here. And
Yeah. So I didn't know they were coming, so I'll be looking for them. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
they're in, boys, right there. Let's trade them off right there. Here, 325, 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27.50, and 27, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, and 30, get 30 now 30, and 30, get 3, 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 40, and half, 40, 40, get 40, going to be 40, West out 40, and 45, 40, 40, get 40, going to be 47 and a half, 40, and 7 and a half, 40, 40, get 40, 40, 40, get 40, and anybody else now 40, and half 40, 40, 40, get 40, going to be 40, bit of 40 there, 40, and 7 and a half, 40, bit 40 there, get 40, going to be 40, get 40, going to be 40, get 40, and half 40 here, sold them 337 and a half to be 28. Thank you, Mr. Parr. 10 in from down there at Mangum Boys. How they here 325. 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 and 325 of 5 here, 25 and 25 of 5 here, 7 of the hand, 7 of the hand, 7 of the hand, group 27 of the hand, group 27 of the hand, group 27 of the hand, group 27, 50 and 7 of the hand, 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 group 30 and hand 30 get 32 of the hand and 2 and a half 5 and 35, 37 of the hand, 7 of the hand, 40 to get 40 then 40, 40 and 40 hand, 40, 40 to get 40, group 40, bit of 40 hand, 40, 40 to get 40, group 40 to get 40, group 40 here H 337 and a half 2. 10 in. Howard. Here's Howard Wrenches. Quattro. Yep, 203 in this cut.
Nice catch.
Ain't no way.
Pretty nice.
Really nice, Gary. Wow.
He's got a different order by it.
Too fat for Jeff. Maybe not. Well, guys, here's a stick-out set of heifers, I think.
Stick out. Checked open.
All of them checked open. He's sitting up here by Denwalt. Jeff, you know, that's kind of the dark side of the room. Just.
He may never go back.
It's where I usually hang out. I do like this set of heifers. Heifers of the day. You're right, Gary. Pretty cool set right there, here, 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, here 25 and 25 here, and 25 here, and 25 here, and 25 here, 25, 7 and a half, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 30, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, and half, 40, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 41, and 41, and 41, and 41, 2, 42, 41, 2, and 2, and 3, and 43, you get 4, and 44, 4 here, 44, 44, 45, and 45 here, 5, 44, jigga 5, 44, and 5, and 45 here, 6 quarter, and 45, 46, 7, and 7, 7, 8, 3, 47, 8, 7, 7, 8, 7, 9, 9, 50, and 9 here, 50, and 9, 50, 51, and 50, and 2, 1, 2, 52, 52, 3, and 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 52, 3, 4, and 53, 4, 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 4, now 5, 54, now 5, and 54, now 5, Terry, and 55, and 50, now 5, half 5, 55, and 55, 55 of 5, 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 55, 50, and 55 of 5, 55 of 5, going to be 55 of 5, 55 of 5, going to be 55, going to be half, 55 and a half, 6, 56, 56, 75, 6, 56 and 56 and 356 and 356 a quarter and 56 a quarter, 56 and a quarter and a half and 56 and a half, 56 and a half, 56, 50, 75 and 56, 75, 56, 75, 56, 75 and 56, 75, 75, 7 and now 7, 57 and now 7, 57, 57, 57 a quarter and 57 a quarter, 57 a quarter, 57 a quarter, 57 a quarter and a half and 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 75 and 57, 75, going to be 7, 75, going to be 7, 7 of $8 and now $8 and 50 now 58 and a quarter, 825 and 58, 25 and 5, 850, 8 and a half here, 8 and a half, 88 and a half here, 850 and 58 and a half, 75, 75 here, 75 and 9 and now $9 going to be 9 here, 50 now $9 now 9 and now 9 here, 9 a quarter and 9 a quarter, 9 a quarter, 9 a quarter, 9 a quarter, going to be 9 a quarter, 50 and 9 a half, 9 a half, 950 and 9 a half, 9 a half, going to be 9 a half, 75 and 975, going to be 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 59, 75, 60 and 360 and now 60 and now 60 there, you're going to be 60 and a quarter and now 25 of 5 here, you're going to be 60 and a quarter there, you're going to be 60, 25 of 5 here, you're going to be 60, 25, 50 and now a half here, you're going to be 60, 50 and now a half here, you're going to be 60 and a half here, now 1 and ziggy 1 here, now 1 ziggy 1 ziggy 1 ziggy 1 ziggy 1 ziggy 1 61 and now half and ziggy 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 61 and 50 and 1 and a half here, you're going to be 1 and a half here, you're going to be 1 and a half and 2 and $2 there, you're going to be 2 there, you're going to be 62 and now 2 there, you're going to be $2 and bit 2 there, you're going to be 62 and 2 and 2 bit 2, you're going to be 62 and now $2 there, you're going to be $2 and 2, you're going to be 2 bit 2, 62 now 2, you're going to be 62. Sold them 361 and a half, T 17. Thank you. Be 96 in the next cut. Well, here's a cut it up Heifers. Give you the option, Tom. Worth a try. 335 and 335. You go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and 335 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37.50 and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50 and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 40 and a half, 42 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50, 50 and a half, 50, you get 52 and a half, going to get 52 and a half, going to 52, 50 and 55 and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half here, Kyle, 355 on 2. Tell them thank you, Gary. Ricardo, I need you and Leonard in the back, please. Thank you. I don't know. Is that it made after John Cooper? No, you did? Nice. George Martinez. She scratched it out and put Lydia Wing.
Randy and Blake, I think.
You sure? No, I don't.
It's not their brand. I guess so.
Is you, Randall?
Yeah, there's the brand.
There it is.
On the right here.
They branded on the wrong side. There's Randall's, be 101. Randy and Blake. Randy and Blake.
Right off the wheat.
Pulled them right off the wheat, guys. They sleeved open. And they're all sleeved open. Mm-hmm.
Summertime cattle.
You betcha, guys, right there. Going to be summertime right around the corner, and here's what we got in the ring. Working on Blake and Randy Emmon horse ladies. They're all sleeved open. Be 101 of them. Pretty nice stock, guys, right there here. 3/4 and 325. Yeah, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here. 321 and 321. Yeah, 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21 and 25 here, 21, 32 and 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2 and 21, 2, another 2, 22, 3 and 23, 3 and 4 here, 4, 23, 4 and 23, 4 and 23, 4 and 5 and 25, 600 and 25, going to be 26 here, 25, 6 here, 25, going to be 6 here, 25, 6, 7, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, now 8, and 27 of A, going to be 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 27, $8, and 27, 28, and 9, and down 9 here, going to be half a 9 here, 20 down high, and down 9 here, now 9, not a half, not a half, not a half, not a half, and 30, and half 30, 30, going to be 30, 30, and a half here, going to be 30, 50, and a half, and 1, and 30 down 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, going to be 31, and 3, 30 down 1 here, 1 here, going to be 331, and 331 here, 1 here, here, going to be 30 now. 1. Sold them 330 and a half. Tubby 18. Guys, thank y'all.
Thank you, boy.
Yeah, it did. I didn't think they was his at first. That must be the ones Dennis didn't want to feed. Let's go to Valley View, guys.
Gary Zimmer's 2 loads.
Gary Zimmer's beat 2 loads of Gary's down at Valley View.
Okay, split draft at 120.
Yes, he did. Made him pretty back. Nice job, Gary. Did you get my train last night? Muddy Pot should be trotting in, guys. Here we go.
Two nice loads.
2 good, nice loads of Gary Zimmer's, guys, down at Valley View. 325. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 27 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 7 and a half. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. 50. 27. 7 and a half and 30 and a half. 32 and a half. Going to get 2 and a half. 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. Going to get 335 here. 335 and 33. 5 and 33. 5. 7. 37. 37. 35. Going to be 7. 35. Going to be 7. 35. Going to be 7. 35. Now 7 and 37 and 35. Now 7. Now 7. 7 to 8. 37 to 8. 7 to 8. 7 to 8. 9. And 9. You get 9. Half 40 and half 40. 40. 40. You get 40. 40. 40. You get 40 and 35. 40. 40. And 35, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, going to be 40 down here, 40 there, 40, and 35, 40, 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40 down, 40 here at Tubby, 339. 28, 18. Thank you, Gary. Sulphur, Oklahoma.
Andy Mayhard.
Here's the Andy Mayhard ladies. Be 114 in this offering. Wow. Be 2 pot loads. Andy Mayhard.
Okay, split draft of 114. I should have 38 right here.
This guy. Like I said, ladies, guys, here's Andy Mayhard's.
Super nice. Good job.
He's not here, is he, Andy?
No.
Nope. Huh? Okay. Let me see your thing. Never been implanted? Want to know if they've been implanted? Well, no. Can't say yes, can't say no. West. West.
Nice guy, man.
320, tap one, and 321, and 20, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 1, here, 320, hit one, and 321, and 21, and 20, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 20, tap 20, tap one, and 321, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 21, 21, 20, and 1, and 321, here, 1, here, I'm going, boys, I got 20, gonna be 1, and 21, 2, and 21, 2, and 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 3, and 4, here, 5, here, 600, and 26, 7, and 7 here, 27, and 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, $8, and 27 of 8, and 9 here, 10, 9 here, bit of a 9, hand, bit of a 9, and hide, and 9, bit of a 9, hand, here, bit of a 9 here, 29, and 9, half 9, and 9 here, bit of a 9, bit of a 9, hand, bit of a 9, hand, bit of a 9, hand, good to be 9, 50, and 9, half, and 30, and hand, 30, 30, and a half here, good to be 30, 50, and a half, good to be 30, 50, and a half here, good to be 30, 50, and 1, and 30, and a half here, good to be 31, 50, and 31, and a half, good to be 2, and 32, and 2, and a half here, good to be 2, and a half, good to be 2, and a half, 3, and 30, 3, 33, and a half, good to be 33, and a half, good to be 33, and a half, good to be 33, 50, and 33, bit of a half, 4, and 34, bit of a 4, 3, bit of 34, and 34, here, good to be 34 here, 34, 34, 34, 34 here, good to be 3, 34, and 34 to bed here, 34 here, 34, 34, 34, 34, good to be 34, bit of 4, here, good to be 34, and 34, 34 here, so 330, 3 and a half, Troy, 28. Thank you, Andy.
Go back down to Seymour now.
I knew you'd notice that.
2 loads of these Livingston.
I knew you'd notice that.
2 loads of these Livingston.
Going to be 2 loads of the Livingston cattle, guys. Livingston's down there at Seymour. I know, right? Yep. Right off the way to Seymour.
Checked open.
These heifers have all been sleeved open.
Flux everything.
130. Hello, Gene. You got here just in time. Yep. You know, Gene. Blake, you're buying the round of golf tonight. And at the Legion. Your dad's going to have to buy a round too. Yeah, same. that it, Led? Here you go, guys. Money pot right there. Livingston right there. Here, 325 and 25. 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750 and 27 and group 27 and group 27 and group 27 and 30 and 30 and 2 and a half and 30 down 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40 and half, 40, 40, 40 and 40 and 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. Would have been $38.09 and down group down $9.40 and down here 40, 40, 40, group 40 and half, 40, 40. Had you get 39 and a half, 9 and a half, 9, 50, 40 and 9 and a half, group 40, 40 and a half and 40, 50 half here, going to be 40 and a half here, 1 and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41 and a half and 41 and a half, going to be 41 and a half here, 41, 50 and 2 and down 2 here, 40 and 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, going to be 250 and 42 and a half, 3 and 43, 3 and 43, 3 and a half here, 43, 50 and 43 and a half, 43 and a half, 43 and a half, 43 and a half and 43, 50 and 40, 4 and 44 here, 44 here, 44 and a half here, 44 and a half and 44 and a half here, and a half here, going to be 44 jig half and 44 and a half here and half 5 and 45 and 45 and a half here, 45 and a half, 45 and a half, 45 and a half, 45 and a half, going to be 45, 50 and 45 and a half, going to be 45 and a half, going to be 45 back to you and 45 and a half, going to be 45 and a half, 45 and a half, going to be 45, going to be half. Tubby 345, 17.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, he cornered me this morning about him.
Wait, you said 43 on that last deal? Yeah. We should have had 44. We should have 43, 43, and 44. So someone in there.
Bail.
Here's Kyle. Here's Glazers, guys. All one raising. They're a long way, and they are guaranteed open.
Nice kind, too.
335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50 and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 37, 40 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47.50 and 40, 7 and a half, 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 50 and 50, 50 and a half, 50, 50 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 250 and 52 and a half, going to be 50, 2 and a half, going to be 50 and 2 and a half here. Kyle 350 on 2X.
Boy, Kyle. Big East.
14 more here, 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11. See you guys, 310, 11, 10, 11, 310, 11, 11, 11, 310, 11, 10, 11, and 310, 11, 11, 11, 11, video 310, 11, and 311, video 311, group 310, 11, video 311, video 311, group 311, group 311, group 10, 11, and 310, 11, video 311, video 311, group 311 here, Warner, 310, 86X. Kyle Glazier. He steers later. He's at the round top. Little handyweight cattle. Kate Landon cattle. 365 and 70 and 365 70 we get 370 70 and now 75 75 group 80 we get 5 group 90 we get 390 85 90 85 we get 95 and 95 4 and 95 we get 4 and 95 we get 4 405 and 405 and 10 group 10 we get 15 now 15 20 and 425 25 25 25 25 and 30 we get 4 30 and 25 we get 30 tubby 425 16 X. Ashley Unruh from Lokiba. $2. $2 a pound, 205, and $2.05. It get five here, $5, it get five, it get five, it get five here, $5 here, 205, 210, 15, and 15, and hand 25, and 25, 30, and hand 30, it get 230, Bryce here, 5, and 235, 40, it get 40, it get 45, 45, 45, 50, and hand 5. My ears are burning. Are they done? Going to be 255. Poke. 260. 265. Going to be 265. Bryce, 260. 9 and X preg.
If they got them ready, we'll take them.
What is it?
Those A-bars that you check.
Oh, yeah.
Big old,
They open?
well, 3 of them, according to Antonio, are not.
Here's a Boddiger Heifers here, 325, 30, 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and hand 30, video 3, and 25, 33, 35, 30, hand 30, and 25, video 3, 30, hand 30, video 30, good to be 30, video 30, good to be 30, hand 30 here, Bryce, 325, 6, X. Glad I told you to be here at 9. Never works out. Yes, sir. 325. 25. Garcia. 325. 25. And 25. 25. 27. Hand 7. Hand 7. Hand 7. Hand 7. Hand 7. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. Going to be 27. 50. Now 30. And 2.5. And 32. And 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. 335. And 335 here. 5 here. 5 here. H. 332 and a half. 2. Here's a Schroeder guy's gal, Kyle Schroeder from Mokarchi.
Nice guy.
325, 25, and 25, 25, 27, hand 7, hand 7, hand 7, hand 7, hand 7, hand 7, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 30, and 32 and a half, going to get 2 and a hand, 35, 35, 37, hand 7, hand 7, 40, going to get 40, and 40, and hand 40, going to get 40, going to be 40, going to get 40, going to be 42 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, going to get 45, going to get 45, 45, 45, 45 here, so about 342 and a half. Online buyer, Caleb Bourne. Put an X on him and Preg, please. There's old spur, isn't it? Rusty spur, 3 loads, steers. Didn't call, shows up. Danny Lex, get Heifers. 350. Yes. They've had everything they've done. Cow makers. Weaned. Yep. 350. 350, long wing, 355, and 55, 65, and now 70, 55, now 80, 53, 80, 53, 80, 75, give 80, and 3, 83, 83, 75, 80, and now 80, 53, 80, 53, 85, 85, and 90, 53, 90, 90, 90, 90, Jeff out 95, and 95, 4, and 95, 54, and 95, 54, and 94, 05, and 405, and half 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and half 5, LaFleur, $4 on 70. I'm not ready yet.
That was pretty good, I thought.
There's Monty Sanchez, guys, from early Texas. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 50, 57, going to be 60, we get 2.5, 5, and to get 5, has to get about 7, 70, we get 70, now 72.5, 72.5, and 70, we get 2.5, going to be 70, we get 2.5, going to be 70, now 2.5, LaFleur, 370 on 70, 5. 22 more than Danny Leck cattle, Dad. Danny Leck. They've had everything done twice in their long wean, and there's some cow makers. Wow. Nice cattle, Danny. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 335 and 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 40. We get 40, then 42 and a half, 45 and 45, 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50 and a half, 50. We get 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 online. Going to be 60 and a half, 60 pound. Going to be 62 and a half and 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 6 and has a good 365 and a half, 5, 7 and a half. Now 7 and a half. She out on line, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, now 70, and now 70, we get 370, and 70 get 70 there, going to be 70, we get 70, now 70, we get 70, we get 70, Caleb Bourne, 367 and a half, put an X on him and frag him, please. Oh, can't do that. Here's a Moffett cattle. Andy Moffett. 2 drives these cattle. 1 raising, guys. They're guaranteed, and they're good here. 35. Yeah, 35. 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 40. We get 2 and a half, 5. 45. 45 here. 45, 45, 45, 5 and a half, 47 and a half, 50. And 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5. And 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half. Going to be 60. We get 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half. And 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Going to be 67 and a half. And 67 and a half. Going to be 67 and a half. LaFleur, 365 on 75. 15 more Andrews, guys, right there. He raised them all right off the wheat. Pretty good bodied blacks. 310, 11, and 310, 11, go to 310, 11, here, go to 310, 11, here, go to 10, 11, 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 and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 11, 11, 11, 12, 11, go to 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 12, and 13, and 13, out of 14, here, 14, we get 15, and 50, 50, 50, 16, and 16, here, go to be 15, go to be 16, here, 15, 16, and 50, 16, here, 17, and 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, and now 20, going to be 21, and 21, 2, 21, 2, 23, and 23, we get 4, and 23, we get 4, and 23, we get 4, going to be 23, we get 4, H, 323, 1. Thank you, Andy.
They have been.
Here's Landreth cattle, guys. Pretty good quality here. Landreth guys, 1 raise, and then they're guaranteed over here. 365 and 67 and a half, and 67, 7 and a half, 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 750, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 70, and then 2 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, 83, going to be 80, 2 and a half, going to be 82, 50, 82 and a half, 5 here, 85, 85, 85 here, going to be 85, 85 here, 85 LaFleur, 382 and a half, 75. Yep. Here, what are you talking about? We talked to him. He said a lot better. Oh, yeah. Yep. I need to. But male, Dennis. $3.25 and $3.25 and 25, 25, 7.5, 7.5, more than Landreth, 27.5, 30 at 30 and hand 30, to get 30, good 30, 30, 30 and hand 30, to get 3, 30, to get 3, 30, to get 3, 30, to get 3, 30 now 30 and 30 hand 30, 30, 30, to get 30, good 30, to get 30 hand 30, good 30, 30 and hand 30, 30, 30, to get 30 here. Pretty good guys right there. 330 and hand 30 here. 25, 25 and 27.5, 7.5, now 7.5, 30, 2.5, 32.50, 32.5, 32.5. Jason, 330. 99. X-Preg. Three of these cattle got down there. Texas, are they here, 325. 325 and 325 and 25, 25, 25 and 325 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here now 325 and 325, 25, 25, 25, 310, 310, 12 of the van, go to 10, 12 of the van, go to 10, 12 of the van, go to 310, 12, 50 and 10 and 12 of the van, go to 10 and 12 of the van, 15, now 15, now 17, now 20, now 5, 325, you got online, 325, 30, 335, 335, you got again, 335, 335, 85, 335, 85. Sold them 330. Put them on Darren Peters. He's been waiting for 2.5 hours for those three. I told Darren. Here's Roger Dorrells. I talked to him. I talked to Roger. Out there at Texola, Western stock. Roger Dorrell. 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 about 60, and now 60, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 67, 50, and 67 and a half, now 70, and now 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 70, now 2 and a half, going to be 70, going to get 250, and 70, now 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, now 77 and a half, now 77, 50, now 80, 82 and a half, 82 and a half here, 82 and a half here, 82 and a half here. Tubby, 380 on 16X.
Yeah, we weren't, when they came in, we weren't sure they were yours.
Didn't look like y'all's.
I know. Morgan got hired. I kind of kept the short.
That's what Dad said,
Yes, I agree.
didn't you? There's that highway patrolman down there at Pocasset. Better get something for him. Yes, I do. 322 and a half, and 322 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, 322 and a half, and 322, 50, and 320, going to get 2 and a half, 22 and a half, high side, and 22 and a half, going to be 20, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, going to get 32 and a half, 32, 50, and 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 32, 50, and 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 32 and a half here, Tubby, 330, 18X. She don't got no. Clark Reuter. 385, Grace House here, 85, 85 there, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90, and 390, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, and 5, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, go to 95, and 95 here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 here, Tubby, 390, 16X. Move them. Graze ends. More of these graze in cattle. $3.35 and $3.35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 half and 37. Going to be 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42.50 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 and 45. They're able to get 45 and half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and half, 50 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 57 and 52 and a half and 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Here going to be 55 and 55 and 50 and a half, 5 here, 5 here, 50 and a half, 5 here. 5, 355, Tubby, 352 and a half, 17X. Move them. 335 and 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40, we get 35, going to be 40 and 35, 40 and 35, 40 and 35, we get 40, we get 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50 and 55, 60 and 365 and 65 and 65, 70, we get 370 and half 70 and half 5, going to be 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70, now 5, now 80, 5, 90, 5, 95, LaFleur, 390. 75. See you later. Try. Darren. Those were $4. 405 and 405. We get 5 and 5 here. 4. We get 5. Terry, could you use 2 more? $4 a pound. 405. H, $4. H. No. I'll tell you later. Yeah. I had more calls. Sure, yeah, okay. Do these 2, then we'll take it. Okay. They do. $3. 305 and 305. We get 5 and 5 here. 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 and 10. Go to 10, 15, 15, 310, 15 and 10, 15 and 10 and 15. Bit of a 10 and 15, 20 and 10, 20. Did you give 20? 5, 325, 30, 330. 25, 30, 25, we get 30, but 30, 30, go to 30, but 30, 30, go to 30, we get 30, go to 30, we get 30, go to 30 here. So about 325. Tubby, 18X. Tubby, 18X. That's Gene Schumacher. Gene Schumacher. GS4 cattle from down there at Era. Freedom. These are the 2 open ones on those A bars. 275. 275. 280 and 75 group of 280 and 280 we get 280 75 group of 280 75 group of 280 275 85 285 285 Bryce 285 90 290 85 95 and 95 we get 95 95 95 95 we get 95 we get 95 we get 95 we get 95 Warner 290 8 Warner 8. I'm gonna sell them by the head. 2 and 3 year old guys are 8 months bred, 3,000. 30, 100, and 31, and 31, 2, and 32, 32, 33, 3, and 33, 34, and 34 to 5 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 36, and 35, 3600, and 35, going to be 3600 here, 35, 3600, and 36, 7, and 37, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, now 8, and 37, going to be 3800, and 38, going to be 900, 38, going to be 900, 38, now 9, and 900, going to be 38, going to be 9, going to be 38, going to be 900, going to be 38, now 9, now 4, and 4,000, and 4,000, able to get 4,000, able to get 4,000, going to be 4,000, able to get 4, and 4,000, able to get 4,000, going to be 39, able to get 4,000, now 1, and 40, 100, and 40, 100, 100, just getting higher every week, 41, and 4,100, 1 here, sold them, 4,000, Andy LaFoe. Nice heifers, Andy.
All right, we can go back the other way now.
Yeah. We just had that one set so far. 7 months. $3 now 5 and $3.05. We get 5 now 5 here. 5 we get 3 we get 5 now 3 we get 5 now 305 and 10 and then 10 we get 15 20 and then 20 going to be 23 20 15 20 and then 20 going to be 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 20 Terry 315 4. He's not working on no water gaps. He's up here watching cattle sell. He'll send Stacy to go work on water gaps. Aborted. 275. 275, 80, and 75, going to be 80, we get 275, 85, 85, 85, and 90, we get 290, 95, we get 3, we get 3, and 3, we get 3, and 95, we get 3, and 95, we get 3, and 95, we get $3, and 95, 3, and 95, 3, and 3, we get 3, Bryce, 295, put him on 9. Seven and 8 months. White faces. 7 and 8 months. $3. 305 and $3.05. We get 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. Go to 305 and 10 and 10, 15 and 50, 15, 20 and 3, 20, but 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 and 30. We get 3, 30 to 5 and 35, 35, 40. We get 3, 43, 45 and 345. We get 3, 45, 50 and 350. We get 3, 50 and 45. We get 50 and 45. We get 50 here. Andy 345 LaFoe. Jim who? Oh, Hill, Jimmy Hill. Yes, sir. 6 and 7 months. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We to give five. We to give five. We to give five. We to give five. We to give three. We to give five. Go to three. We to give five. Go to three. We to give five. Go to 305 and $3.05. We to give five. We to give five. We to give five. We to give three. We to give five. Marner, $3. 129. Just 19. 19.
JDG heifer, I wouldn't expect them to look like that.
Pretty nice.
Pretty nice though.
Dang nice. Here's 2 of those Jimmy Hills.
There's 2. He's got 2 big ones too.
4 and 5 months. $3. 310 and down 10, but with 310 and down 10, but together 10, go to 310, but with 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310 and down 10, but together 310, but together 310. What other way, Lydia? 310 and 310 and down 10 and 310, 15, 310, 15 and 310. Go to be 15, go to be 10, but together 15, 20 and down 20, but together 320, go to be 20, but 20, 320 and down 20, but together 320, go to be 20, but 20, go to be 20, go to be 20, 320 here. Sold him 315. Jason Richardson. Should be. 6 to 8 months bred. Male Dennis, $3. Heavy bred, $3. Now 5, 305 and $3.05. We to get 5, we to get 5, we to get 5 and a 10. Go to 310, 305, 310, 305, 310, 15, 315, 20, 325, 30, 330, 330, 25, we to get 30. 25, we to get 30, and 20, 30, now 5, and 35, 40, we to get 3, 40, we to get 3, 40, we to get 3, 40, poke, 340, and 40, 40, 40, 340, and 35, 40, 40, we to get 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 40 here, Jason, 335. $4 and 5 months bred, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We to get 5, we to get 5, we to get 5, and 5, and 5, and 5, we to get 5, we to get 5 and 10. Go to 310, 310, 15, now 20, and 320, now 20, and now 20, we to get 325, 25, 25, 25, and 30, we to get 330, and 25 and 30, and 25, we to get 330 out of here, 330, and 25, we to get 30, and 25, we to get 30, and 25, we to get 30, and 25, we to get 30 here, Jason, 325. Richardson. They've all been aborted. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. $3.05 and $3.05. We to get 5. We to get 5. We to get 3 and 5. We to get 305. Go to 305. $3.05. I know. 3.5. 10. 15. 3.15. You're up, Pope. 3.15. 3.10. 3.15. Bryce, 310. I don't know. 8. Haynes 8. I don't know what to say anymore. 2 to 5 months. Yep, from Mangum. $3. 2 to 5 months. $3. 3, now 5, and $3.05. We to get 5 and 10. Go to 10, go to 10, go to 10. 305, 310, 15, 315, 20, and 320, and hand 20. We to get 320. Go to 20, go to 20, go to 20, go to 20. Got you, Jason. 320, and hand 20, 20 there. Go to 20, 20 there. Go to 20, 20 there. Jason. 315. They've got good bulls down there. Tired of chasing the cows, chasing the daughters. More of them. These are heavy breds, 6 to 8 months. Yeah, pretty easy handling. 6 to 8 months, 310. 310 and 15, 20, and hand 20, but get 320, going to be 20, 320, and then 20, but get 320, but 23, 20 and half 5, and 25, 25, 25, but get 3, 30, but get 3, 30, but get 3, 30, and 25, 30 and half 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 3, 35, and 3, 35 here, 35 here, Jason going to be 35, 40, and 340, but get 345, and 345, but get 345, Jason you're out, Andy's in, 340, that 5, and 45 here, 45 here, 40, but get 5 here, Andy, 340 LaFoe. $5 I believe. Yes, sir. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. Bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 3, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 305 and 3.5, 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 3, bit of 5, bit of 3, bit of 5 here, Jason. $3. $4 bread, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. Bit of 5, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 305 and 10, and then 10, go to 3, 10, 15, now 15, 20, and now 20, bit of 3, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 3, 25, and 325 here, 5 here, 5 here, Jason, 320. Nope. Probably. Didn't walk. 7 months. 7 months. $3. 310. 320, 30, 330, 340, 350, 360, 355. 355, 60, Andy, 355. Get them all, Brad, next year, TJ. You mean tell Andy you want she's 8 months. Bless her heart. 250. 260. 260 a pound. 250, 60, 70, 80, 90, 290, 280, to get 90. $3. Showtime, 290. I know it. Don't get hurt, Bob. Yeah, pin Bob's together. Right, Bob? Yep. 6 months, $3. $3.05 and half. Go to be 10. Go to be 20. Go to get 30. Go to get 30. Go to get 40. Go to get 40. Go to 340, 50, 355, 60, and 360, and 55, 60 there. 55, 60, 55, 60, and 360 there. Go to be 60 here. Andy, 355. Nothing on that side. I can't believe it. These look like heifers. Roger Wilkerson. Yes, sir. 325. 25 and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, 50, and 7 and a half, now 7. They're all, they just got here. They're all heifers. They're all open. 30. Now 2 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, and 45, 5 here, 45, 7.5, and 47 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, 47, 50, and half, 50, 10, 50, Tubby, 340, 7 and a half, 17X. Need 21 more Rogers. Roger Wilkerson, they just getting here. 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 10, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 11, and 312, and 12, and 30, 13, 14, 14, 14, 14 up here, 14 and here, 15, and 15, 16, here, going to be 16 and a half, 15, 16, and 16 and a half, 17, 17, going to be 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, get 19, 20, and 20, and 21, and 21, 2, 22, 22, and half 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 23, 4, and 23, we're going to be 23, we're going to be 23, 24, 23, 24, and 23, 4, and 23, 4, and 23, 24 here, Tubby, 323, 18X. I think he just said he was sending. I think he said he was just sending steers. They probably marked all steers and then found heifers on them when they was probably sorting on them.
All right, what you got? Harwood.
420, 425, and 425, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 4 and a quarter, and 425, 25, 425, 425 here, $4, half 5, and 4 and 5, 5, and 10, going to be 410, 410, 405, 410, 410, 410, Marner, 405, 601. A lot better than last week. Here's Juan Escobar steers down there at Richardson, Texas.
Grazers.
$4 at 5, and $4.05, get 5, and 5 here, 5, 405, and 405 here, 10, going to be 10, 15, and 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, get 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 45, and 45, 45, 50, and 50, get 450, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 450, and 450, get 450, get 450, get 450 here, Tubby, 445 on 5. How many steers you got? 3,500? About 3,500 steers to go through.
So, how did you get along on your A-bar?
Oh, way good. They brought 4,000.
4,000?
The breads, the 3 breads.
Did they? No shit?
Yeah. Yeah. 4,000. Tell them to bring them all next time. 365, and 7.5, 750, and 70, 2.5, 75, and 75, 50, and now 82 and a half, 85 here, 87, and 90, and now 90, 90, and now 90, 90 here, 90, 90, 90, and now 90, 90, 90 here, 90, Doug's out, 90, 390, 390, 87, 90, 90 here, Tubby, 387 and a half, 7. Here's the Cooksies. 330, down 2.5, and 330, 2.5, gonna be 30, then 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 2.5, 32.50, and 32.5, and 32.5, gonna be 30, then 2.5, gonna be 32.5, 32.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, how? 330, 90. How 90. David?
Do you have cattle for your contest?
Wheaties here, guys, right there, 335. 335 half, and 35, 37 to 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 to 37 to gonna be 37 to gonna be 37.50, and 37, 42 and a half, and 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 to 47 to 50, and half, 50 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50 and a half, 350, and 350, and half, 50 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, here, Tubby, 347 and a half, 85. What do you got here, guys? Karen Graham, guys, from down there at Durant. 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 30, 30, then 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335, and 335 here, 7 and a half, and 37 going to be 40, then 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 42.50, and 40, 2 and a half, going to be 40, 2 and a half, going to be 40, 2 and a half here, T, 340, 78. Here's those trough cattle you called. Tongue it. Trough. 335, and 335, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50, and 37 going to be 37 and 30, 40, and half, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47.50, and 40, 7 and a half, 6, 7, and 47, 7 of 8, 47 of 8, 47 of 8, and hand, going to be 9, 50, and hand, you give 1, and 50 hand, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, T, 350, 78. Here's the Bostic steers from Brownwood. Big eared reds here, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27, 30, and now 30, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and now 40, 40, 40, 8, 9, and 9, you get 9, 30, hey, going to be 9, hell yeah, 40, and 40, 41, 41, 41, 41, 2, 41, 2, 3, and 43, we get 3, and 3, 4, 5, 6 hundred, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 6, 7, and 46, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, here's Tubby, 346, 9. Put him on the 85. Here's a Jones and Robinson cattle guys from down at Boswell. Boswell here, 365, and 65, and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and a half, and 367 and 7 and 7 and 70, and now 70, we get 370, now 370, and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, 77 and a half, 83, 83, 80, and 2 and a half here, 85 here, 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, 50, 87 and a half here, 87 and a half here, Hal, 385, Hal, 70. Is it? Some more of them cattle guys from down there at Boswell.
Real nice.
335 and 335. Jigga 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here. 335 and 335. 7.5, 37.5, 7.5, 40, 40, then 2.5, 42.5, 5, and 47.5, 47.5, 47.5, 7.5, 50, and half 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 350, and half 50, 50, 58, 9, and half high, going to be 45, going to be heavy, going to be heavy, going to be 48, 9, now 50, and half 50, 49, 50, and now 1, and 50 down 2, 3, 50, 3, 50, 3, 52, 3, and half 53, 52, 3, 52, and half 3 here, so about 3, 52, T78. Might be Jacob Jones himself. Yep. 25 head of the Joneses. Here, Jacobs. Yes, sir. Right there, here. 325 and 25. Here, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 30 and half, 30, we get 2 and a half, going to be 35, going to be 37 and now 40 and 40, 40, 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 40 and half, 40 and 7 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 40 about 1, 41 and 40, 41 here, 41 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 2 and now 2, 3 and 43, we get 3 and 43, we get 3 and 4 here, 5 and 45, you get 5 and 45 here, 5 here, dot 344, 9. Dodd 9. Schroeder. 385 and 385 here, going to be 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385 and 385 here, you give 85, 85 here, 90, 85, 390, 85, 390, 85, 95 and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 and 95 here, 95 here, 95, 95 here, Tubby, 390 on 7.
We loosened up those stabilizers. Yeah. Well, you noticed that, huh? You noticed that. You loosened up those stabilizers. Kind of fine.
Oh.
That's the first thing I tuned in years today.
They're rocking. 330, that 2 and a half, and 330, we get 2 and a half, going to be 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 30, that 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, and 35, 37, 37, going to be 40, 40, 40, 40 here, going to be 8 and 9, and 39, 40, we get 40, going to be 1, going to be 1, going to be 2, going to be 2, we get 3, we get 3, going to be 4, 45, and 45, and 44 and 5 here, 44 and 5 here, 44 and 5 here, T, 344, 78. I don't know. Monty Sanchez's steers right there here, 330, not 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half, and 330, we get 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good 250, and 330, that 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 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 330, and 30, we get 30, 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, gonna go outside, 2 and a half, and 330, 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 5, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half here, down 37 and a half here, Dodd, 335, 9. Probably coming over here to see what the market's doing and selling somebody out in the country. Cub or somebody, yeah. Here's some Kate Landon cattle. Kate cattle. 385, yeah, 385 there, going to be 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 87, 87, 75, 75, 75, going to be 87, 90, and now 90, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 97, 97, 4, and now 4, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 402 and a half, and 402 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 405, and a 5, and a 5 here, 5, 405, and 405 here, 5 here, 5 here, Wackelberger, 402 and a half. Yep. Well, the Kate cattle here, 355, and 55, 60, and 55, 60 there, going to be 60, 65, and how about 65, and 365, and 365 here, 5 here, 65, 365, Tubby, 367. Here comes a highway patrolman.
Last one raised too, weren't they? Thought they were Kate cattle because they had the same brand. Said it's C brand, yep.
335, and 335, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to get 37, 50, now 40, and 40 and a half, 1, 42, 43, going to get 42, 3, and 43, going to get 3, 43, going to get 3, 42 now, 43, 43, 43, 43, sold them, 342, 81, Kyle, 9, put him on Kyle, 9. Here's Aaron's good cattle, guys. Up here at Guthrie. One's got a little vaccination bump on his neck. He will be on there, guys. Right there, here. 365. Has a good 5. Has a good 5. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70. And now 70. Now 72 and a half, 75. And 75, 50. And 77 and a half, 83. 80. 2 and a half here. 85. 87 and a half. Going to be 87 and a half. Going to be 87 and a half and 90. And now 90 2 and a half. 92 and a half. Going to be 92 and a half. Going to be 92, 50. And 92 and a half, 1, 3. And 93, 3, and 91, 93, and 91, 93, 3, 95, and 95, 95, 93, 95, and 93, 95, 95, 93, 95, 3, 95, 93, 5, 93, 5 here, 93, 5, 7, 9, 4, $4. Eichelberger, 399. Whitfield. Hi, Lindell.
Looks like it.
Yes, sir. Here, 355. 55. You give out 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50, 55. 55 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60 now, 2 and a half, 5. And 65 and a half, 3, 5. And now 5, and 3, 55, 3, 55, 3, 55, 3, 55, 63, 65. And now 3, 55, 55, 55, now 5, now 5, now 5 here, Tubby, 363, 81. Huh? Yeah, you made me do it. Yeah. John Davis from down there at Spiral, guys. He raised them all. Little handy weight cattle, 85, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 395, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, want to do it, Doug, 95, and 95, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, Tubby, 390 on 7. Ah, sorry, Hal. Watch out for me, Tom, will you? I did too. Here's a Matthews cattle from Henrietta, Mark Matthews. B3 draft C steers, $4. $4.05 and $4.05. It'll get 5 here, 5 here, 10 here, 14 and 10 here, 14, 10, 10, 20 and now 20, 30 and 430 for 25 and 25 and 30. It'll get 435. It'll get 35. It'll be 435 and 435, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40 and now 440 and for 40. It'll get 440. It'll get 440. It'll be 440 here. It'll be 445, 445, 445, 445. You bet up here, Jeff. 445. 445, Curtis shout, 445, Tubby, 440 on 5.
That's why Curtis is here.
There you go. $365. Has a good hand. Has a good. Has a good. Has a good. Has a good. Seven hand. Seven hand. Seven hand. Seven hand. Seven hand. 67.50. And seven hand. Seven hand. Seven hand. Seven hand. 70. Now 70. Now 2.5. 75. And 75 here. 75. 75. 75. 75. 72 and a half. 77 and a half. And 77 and a half. 83. 80. Now 2.5 here. 85. 85. 87. Going to be 87. Going to be 90. Now 90. 90. And how David get 3 and 100. Going to be 90. But 90 here. Here. Hal. 387 and a half on 70. That you, Dole? How are you guys doing? Real good. Dole Burden. Well, she identifies as a steer today, Antone. Yep. $4. 410, 10, 10, 10, 410, 410, and 1020, and 1020, we get 430, we get 440, we get 450, you're going to be 60, and 55, 60, and 465, and now 70, we get 470, we get 470, you're going to be 470, and 470, 470, Tubby, 465 on 5. Tubby, you want the heifer off? Add 10. Talk to him, yeah. Need mail, Dennis. Jerry North, Ponder, Texas. White-faced steers. I like the heifers too. How many you got, Bill?
Go back outside. Be 2 drafts of them. There's
13
13.
here. Is that right? You got 13 here? $4 a pound, 405, and 45, it'll get 5 a pound of 5 here, 5 and 10, it'll be 15, and then 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, it'll get 30, now 30, now 30, 430, and 25, it'll get 30, and 25, 430, and 435, and 35, 35, 35, and 40, it'll get 4, 40, it'll get 4, 40, it'll get 4, 40, it'll be 35, 40, and for 40, and for 40, it'll get 40, it'll get 40, it'll get 40, it'll get 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, it'll get 40, it'll be 40, it'll get 40, it'll be 40. Barner, 435, 67. We sold Mark Andrews, haven't we? Mr. Andrews, you had a nice set of heifers. Do you have steers today too? You have steers today also? Yep. More of these cattle guys from Ponder, Texas, be the north. Send these cattle anywhere. Cattle are backing up. Can dish. $365, and 65, has a good, 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 7 has 65, and 65, and 65, has a good, 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 7 has now 70, we get 370, now 2.5, 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 73, 7, and 75, 7, and 77, we get 75, going to be 77, 77, 77, top row, you're all out, 77, and 77, and 75, going to be 77, 75, 77, we get 7, going to be 7, going to be 7 here, sold, 375, Hal, 80. Turn them out on the big rank Bermuda this year, Hal. Let's go to Seymour. B3 drives these Martin steers from Seymour. 350. 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 350, now 5, 55 and 55, now 5, now 55, 60, now 5, and now 5, 75 and 75, 72 and a half, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 and 72 and a half, 75, 75, 75 here. Hal 372 and a half, 80.
Doyle Burden's got steers also. Didn't he have some heifers?
Doyle, did you bring some steers as well? Okay. Yeah, your heifer sold excellent. One of the cattle guys from down there at Seymour. 365 and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77, 50, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 70, 50, now 80, and now 82 and a half here, 85, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, 87 and a half, and 90, and now 92 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 90, and 2 and a half, going to be 90, and 2 and a half, going to be 92, 50, and 92 and a half here, Tubby, 390 on 7. Yes, sir.
Yep, Kyle Glazier early on. Probably in the 3 and 4 alley. I might want him to be here all damn day. He can't get caught and slip him in. Probably has 8. Yeah.
Court, see if you can slip over Kyle Blaze.
Thank you.
More of them cattle guys from Seymour.
Get big as a barn.
335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 37 and a half. And 37 and a half. Going to be 37 and a half. Going to be 40. We get 40 and 2 and a half. 45, 45, 47 and a half. 47 and a half. 50 and a half. 50 and a half. 50 and 352 and a half. We get 2 and a half. 52 and a half. What about 1, 2 and a half? 3. We get 53. We get 54. You get 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 4, 5 and 55 here. 5 here. 4. We get 5 here. 4. We get 5. T. 354. 78. That's right.
I bet they will. The home office always gives them orders. They need to be black. The home office, the guys that get these orders off of, they need to be black.
Thinking of the Martin consignment.
How these Davis cattle, 3 drafts of these.
John Davis, is it? Different Davis?
Davis family. 3 drafts of these cattle. Got Davis family. 3 drafts of them. Wolf City. 355 and 355 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 6 half, and 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 about 60, and now 60, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 65 and now 3, 5 and a half, 5, 65, and 3, we get 5, 3, we get 5, 3, 5, 65, and 65 and 65, 65, 65, 3, we get 5 and a half, 3, we get 5, $1, we get 5 here, Tubby, 363, 81. Yeah, 320, 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 325, and 325, 5 here, 5 and 5 here, 325, 30, and 25 and 35, and 35, 35, 40, 40, 50, 53, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, online you're out, 355, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 355, and 55 here, 5 here, tubby 7, 350.
Did your Five River man buy anything Monday?
You ain't even there.
Well, I think you.
$4 at 5, and 45, it'll get 5 and 5 here, 5, it'll get 4 and 5 here, 5 here, gonna be 4, oh 5, and down 10, and down 10 here, 10 and 15, gonna be 15, 20, and down 20, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, it'll get 4, 35, and 35, 40, it'll get 4, 40, it'll get 4, 45, and for 45 here, 5 here, gonna be 45, and for 45 here, 5 here, Warner, 440 on number 501.
Well, you can buy, you can get them light enough when you buy them. Y'all remember that?
This Montgomery's. Here's Randy Montgomery's, guys. He raised all these cattle. Here, 3 drives. He's Montgomery's. Yes, sir. Right there, here, 385, and 385, 85, 85, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 87, good to be 87, good to be 87, good to be 87, 90, and 90, good to 90, good to be 90, dug out, 390, and 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 95 here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 and a half, and 97, good to be 97, good to be 97, good to be 97, good to be 4, and 97, good to be 2 and a half, and down 2 and a half, good to be 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 2 and a half, Doug. $4 on Eichelberger. More than right there, Montgomery, Sears, right there, 335, and 35, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 37, and 35, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 37, 50, and 30, 7, going to be 37, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 47, 47, 50, and down 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, half here now, half, and 57 and a half here. Half here, 7 and 60, and now 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 367, going to be 360 here, so about 357 and a half. Varner, 81.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, all right.
Here's a big bros. $3. $3 2 and a half, and $3 2 and a half, we get 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 250, and $3 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, 5, and 3 and a 5, we get 5 and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 10, good to be 3, 10, 12 and a half, good to be 10 and 12 and a half, good to be 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, $50, we get 50, we get 50, $15, and half, $15 to 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 17 and a half, and 17 and a half, good to be 16, 17, and 17, 18, 18, 18 here, poke 317, number 1.
Oh, he is. Okay, good. I didn't notice it rocking yesterday. Of course, I'm in there with all them little calves, so it don't matter.
Here's William Johnson, guys, Wapanooka. One raising the cattle, guys, and they're Angus sired. Purebred Angus. 385 and 385 there. Good to be 85 there. Good to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 385 and 385, 85 here, 75 and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 77, 50 and 77 and a half. Good to be 77 and a half. Good to be 77 and a half. Good to be 750 and 77 and a half here. Good to be 77 and a half here. Now 77 and a half. Now 80. Now 80. Good to be 80. 380 and 380 380 380 and 380 here. Got good taste anyway. 380 and 380 here. 80 here. How? 377 and a half on 70. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. He's cattle wean back in December, guys. 120 days and 2 rounds of shots. Be the West cattle right there. Going to be 12 of them lid. $4 now 5 and 405 10 and 405 and 10 here 5 and 10 here 5 and 10 10 10 405 410 and 10 and 10 and 10 here 10 10 10 here 410 and down 10 here 410 a pound here bit of a 10 going to be 410 and down 10 here 410 10 here $4 and now 4 now 5 4 now 5 and 405 here 5 here 405 here 405 and 405 here 385 85, 90 here, 95, 4 now 5 and 405 here, 5 here, Barnhart. $4 on number 32. Mox over here at Yukon. 325 and 25 and 25 25 25 27 and 25 27 and going to be 25 going to be 7 and going to be 27 50 and 25 and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 30 30 now 30 now 32 and going to be 2 and a half 5 and 35 and 7 and going to be 37 and going to be 40 and 40 40 going to be 40 going to be 40 going to be 40 going to be 40 340 Tom and 40 40 going to be 40 going to be 40 going to be 40 and 40 here Tubby 337 and a half 95. Yep, grouchy. What did you say about your son earlier? He's a grouchy old man. Good 9-weight cattle here. 330, now 5 and 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 man, 37 man, 35, 37 man, 35, 37 man, 37 man, 40 and 40, 40, 40. Good to be 9, 40 and 39, 41 here. 42, 42. You get 2, 3 and 43, get 3 and 43, get 3 and 4 here. 44, 4 and 43, get 4, 43, get 4, 5 and 45, 45, 4, 5 and 40, 45 here. Good to be 5, half 5 and 45, 50, 5, 6 yard and 46 here. 45 of going to be 46 and 46 and a half and 46 and a half 7 and 47 here 47 here Tubby 346 and a half 9. Put him on Tubby on 9. Got a monster right there here, Doug's right there here, home raised right there, Flatman cattle. I'm out here 365 70 and 370 and half 70, we get 370, we get 365 70 and 65 70 and half 70, we get 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 50 and 70, we get 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, going to be 72 50 now 5 and 75 here, 77 and a half, going to be 77 50 and 77 and a half here, and bit of a half here, going to be 77, going to be half and 77 and a half here, Hal 375 on 70. He was here earlier. He bought some. He bought a handful. I don't know. Here's a big end of Doug Flightman's guy down at Munster.
Big old stretchy black. Get at it.
335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 7, 7, 7, 37, 50, and 30, 7, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 40, going to get 2.5, 5, and 45, 35, and 45, going to be 7, 7, 9, and now 9, 47, $8, and 47, going to get 47, and now 9, going to be 9, going to get 9, 50, now 50, 45, going to get 50 up here, now 50, and 45, going to get 50, and 49, 50, now 1, and 51, here, 1, here, Tom, 51, here, 1, here, 1, here, 1, here, Troy, 350 on 90. Thank you, Doug. Here's D-Max. Let's go to Hobart. Or he don't heal in Hobart anymore, does he? D-Max?
Yeah, Beaver said he worked for Weatherford.
Weatherford?
Hey, nice guy now. Woo, they are nice.
D-Max.
Get your camera ready for the interview.
$4 now 5. $4.05 and $4.05. We get 5 and a 5 here. 5 here. 5 and 10 here. 5 and 10 here. 4 5 now 10 15 and 15 and 10 and 15 20 and now 25 and 25 25 25 25 25 25 here. 425 and 425 now 25 and 30. We get 4 30 35 and 35 35 35 35 35 35 435 and 435 here. 5 here. Going to be 435 and 435 here. 5 here. Warner 430. 67. Thank you, D-Max. Bob Seitz. Size cattle right here, 65. And 65, 750, and 67, and a half, 70, now 70, now 2.5, 75, and 75 here, 75, 50, and 77, 5, 83, 81, 82, 82, 3, 83, 83, 82, 83, 82, 83, 82, 3, 83, Varner, 382, 75. Can't leave us like that, David. Said you can't leave. Sights. Is that better? He's got his hat sideways. Got the went to the parking lot. I don't know what's going on with him.
Now probably when I see things pretty clear, and then I'm not gonna buy anything.
Here's a Luke Kale, guys. Springtown, Texas, Hale Properties. Don't see good. All right, right there, here, 75, and 75, and 75, here, 75, 75, 75, 77, 75, 77, and 75, 77, 75, 77, 75, 77, and 75, 77, 77, now 9, and now 9, going to be 80, 81, 82, 81, 2, 82, 82, 81, 2, sold, 381, Varner, 75, yard amount.
We didn't have any yard outs in the heifer turns. Not one. Not one. Give the shoulders a raise.
Here's some Gearhart cattle guys from Winters, Texas. 365, and 65, and 750, and 67, and 70, and now 70, and 2.5, 75, 72.5, 5, and 75, and 7 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 5, and now 75, and now 75, 85 here, Hal, 372.5, 80.
Bill don't believe you.
the brothers. We had the Heifer mates earlier, them white face heifers. Here's steer mates. 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, and 311, Vidica 311, Vidica 310, 310, 911, and 311, 12, and 12. Here, going to be 12, 13, Vidica 13, 14, going to be 14, Vidica 15, going to be 16, going to be 17, and 17, and 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 17. Here, Hal, 316, 92. Seven and a half. There's Lindell's. There's Lindell and Byford. Reeder and Byford. About 100 of these steers sorted up for the next 3 drafts. There's Lindell steers. Nope. Never mind. Shane Temple. Happens every time, Bill. 335, and 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, Vidica 3, 35, Vidica 3, 35, half and a half, and 37, going to be 40, Vidica 2 and a half, 42, 55, and 45, 43, 45, 45, 45, 7, and 47, 6, 7, and 47, hey, 9, Vidica 9, going to be 50, Vidica 51, and 50, 1, hey, 1, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2, 52, 3, and 52, 3, 53, 4, and 53, Vidica 4, 5, and 55, Vidica 5, and 55, hey, 5 here, 5 here, 5 at tub, 354, 85. What you? Jamie Houck. Here's some Houck cattle right there. Going to be right there. 385 and 385 90. 85 90. 85 90. 390 and 90. Going to 390. Going to be 85 390. 85 and 90. 85. Going to 390. 85 390. 85 and 385 here. 75 7 and 77 and 75 50 and 77 going to be 77 and a half. Going to be 77 50 and 377 and a half. Going to be 75 750 and 377 and a half here. 377 and a half here, 360. What's wrong here, guys? 360, 365, 365, 365, and now 5 here, 5 here, tub, 360 on number 7, 360. More of them, guys. Here's some more, a little better deal. Raise them all, guys. AB Green right there here now. 55 and 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 57 and 55, 57 and 57 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 57 and 60 and now 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 65, 7 and 7 and a half, sound 70. We get 3, 70 now 2 and a half, 75 and 75, 50 and 77 and a half, 83, 80. We get 2 and a half here, 82, 50, 82 and a half here. Now 5, 85, 87, going to be 87, going to be 87, 90 and now 90, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 5 and 95 here, 95. 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 50, and 97 and a half here, 97 and a half here, Warner, 395, 75. Griffin cattle guys from Pittsburgh, Oklahoma Dry Winter right here on the Griffin cattle. Yes, sir. 35 and through 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 and a half and 37. Going to be 37. Going to be 37. 40 and now 40. Now 48 and 9. Going to be 9. Going to be 40. Going to be 40. Now 1 and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41 and 40 pound 2. 42, 3, 4, 5 and 46 quarter and 45, 46, 46, 7 and 7 7 7 8 3. Going to be 9. Going to be 9. Now 9 49 and now $9. Going to be $9. Going to be 9 48. Now 9 and 40 pound $9. Now 9 here. Tubby 348.85. 350. 355, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and 360, and 55, 60, 360, 365, and now 5 here, 5 here, where'd Bryce go? 365, and 65, and 65, 70, and 370, 375, and 75, give 80 there, 80, 380, and 75, 80 there, 80, give 80 there, 80 here, Tubby, 375, 7.
Yeah, you talking about he was an offensive. We're holding this one.
Kind of looks like me. Hadn't eaten a day or two, Tub. $3. $3. Hadn't ate or drank in a couple days. $3. Is that a bid? Did you get 3? 5, 10, 20, 30, 40. 340. Ricardo, 330. Name's Kyle. Go Chronic. I hope we're on the Reader and Byfords. That's him. Raised him. Yes, sir. How there here? 65 and 65 and 65. Now 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand. Got him. 750 and 7 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand. 67 and a half and 67 hand, 7 hand, 70 and 70 and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5 and 75 here, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 750 and 77 and a half. Bit of a laugh here, 77, 80, 83, 80, 380 and 380 pound here, 80 bit 80 here, 80 bit 80 here. How? 377 and a half. Put him on a Hal number 70. I know. $53 more Lindels. Reader and Byford. Raise all these cattle down there at Marlowe. Look at here, guys. Start your steer turn right here. Getting into these bunches, guys. It won't take us long. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 55, 335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Get 335 now. 750 and 37. Going to be 37. Going to be 37. Going to be 37. 40 and now 40, 40. That one and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 2 and 41, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. One going to be 2 and 2 and 3 and 43, 43, 4 45 and 45 and 5 here. 600 and 45, 46 here. Looked away. 46. And 4600 and 45, 46 here. Top row, you're out. 45, 46 and 45, 46 here. 45, 46 here. T 345, 78.
Okay. Sure, absolutely.
Yes, sir. We got lots of mail.
Give me a call. We'll take care of it.
Yep.
All right, appreciate it.
Here's the big bros. Get you several this size today.
Yeah, but they may not have those genetics.
13, 11, and 13, 11, 13, 11, 13, 11, 13, 11, 13, 11, now 10, 11, and 13, out the gate, 13, 11, and 3, 11, bit of 3, 11, bit of 3, 11, 12, and now 12, and 13, bit of 13, bit of 13, bit of 14, bit of 14, bit of 14, going to be 14, daughter, at 13, 14, at 13, daughter, 14, bit of 14, bit of 14, at 14, going to be 13, 14, 15, at 50, 50, 15, going to be half, 15, at 15, and a half here, 16, at 16, daughter, there, going to be 16, and a half here, going to be 16, daughter, here, half here, going to be 16, now half, and 16 and a half, You done? That's 16 and a half here. A half here. A half here. Going to be 16 and a half. That's 16 and a half here. A half here. A half here. Going to be half. Troy, 3:16, 11. Lindell, thank you, sir. Good seeing you.
280 nowadays would be a, couldn't get you on the field. He looks like a monster now. Oh my gosh. That's it. Jeez. Wow.
We got a little short ears. He'll be on there. Home raised cattle. Raised every one of them, guys. Here's a home raised, nothing but the weight. 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, and 310, 11, go to 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 311, 311, 311, 12, and now 12, go to be 13, to get 13, to get 14, go to be 14, 15, 15, 15, and 15, and 50, 50, 15, 14, 15, 14, go to be 15, and 15, how, 314, 92.
Missed the last roundup.
310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 311, 311, 311, 311, 12, and 13, 13, 13, 14, and 13, 12, and 13, 12, and 13, 14, and 14, 15, 15, 16, and 17, we get 17, going to be 16, 17, and 17, but it was 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, 17, we get 17, going to be 17, Troy, 316, 11. If you guys like the food in that kitchen, here's Paula's home raised steers. Oh, it's not? The next three. It's what? Okay. It's not her home raised steers.
He told me yesterday that the cook had her 100% of her home raised steers here tomorrow. Didn't he say that?
There they are. You like your cooking in there? Here you go. $3. $3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. Gonna get 2.5. Gonna be 3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5 here. 280 and 285 here. 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here. 87.5, 87. Gonna be 290 and 92.5. Gonna get 2.5, 5, and 95, 97. Gonna be 97. Gonna be 3, and 97. Gonna be 3, and 97. Gonna be 3, and 97. You don't like her cooking? And 97. Gonna be 3, gonna get 3, and 97. Gonna be 3, gonna get 3, and 97. Gonna be 3, gonna get 3, and 97. Gonna be 3. Varner, 297.5, 1. Thank you, guys. They done good, didn't they?
I saw him pulling some over here Monday afternoon. I was like, good God, Dad. Well, we didn't think they were getting that big. It's like, but they're ginormous. Coming off that trailer.
Here's my Spur Ranch. Going to be 3 pot loads of these cattle.
Green as a gold.
Up there at Visai, guys. 3 pot loads of the Spur Ranch. We're going to see 169 of them. saw them coming up the alley, guys. Here's a really cool set of steers.
Good enough to go anywhere, John.
I heard he bought 6 loads of needed last week. I heard he bought 6 loads. Honey pot lid. Whale of a set of steers, I think.
They are. Send them anywhere.
335 and 35. Jigga 5 here, another half. 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 and 335 and 35, 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and going to be 37.50 and 37 and a half and a half here, half here, 40 and 40, 40, 40, not 2 and a half here, not 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5 and 45, 45 and 47 and 47 and 47 and 50 and now 50 and 50, Jigga 53 and 53, 50 and 1 and 50, 54 and 1, 2, 1, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, and 52 and 52 3 and 52 53 53 4 and 53 54 53 54 53 54 and 5 and 55 5 6 and 55 56 out of there 55 56 out and 55 56 here 5 56 and 55 half 6 55 out of half 6 56 75 6 56 56 a quarter and 56 and a half and 56 and a half here half here half and a half and 56 and a half here 356 and a half here half sold them 356 and a quarter put them on T 86 gotcha
Go to Miko.
thank you sir
Go to Chris McComas.
let's go to Mingo guys right there they're going to be the McComas cattle where's Chris be several of these cattle guys be 82 in the first round 82 here
Where's Chris? Way over there with them boys.
Do a split draft of 82. I should have 41 in the ring.
Right off the wheat now.
I got Lewis to retire on Monday.
Green as can be.
Did you hear me, TJ? I said I got Lewis to retire on Monday. Yeah.
Go back out.
That I can't keep up. I like these cattle guys. Chris, nice job. Nice cattle.
Green.
385, 85 there, good to be 85, 85, 87, good to be 87, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 90, and 92, 55, and 95, 97, 97, 97, good to be 4, now 4, and 97, good to be 4, 97, 2.5, and 4, 2.5, 5, and 45, good to be 5, 7.5, 7, 10, and now 10, good to be 10, 10, 12, good to be 10, and 12, good to be 10, and 12, good to be 10, and 12, 15, and 15, 17.5, and 17, 20, and now 20, 20 there, 20, and now 20, good to be 24, 20, good to be 20, good to be 20, good to be 24, 20, and now 20, 20 there, 420, 2.5, and 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 22.50, and now 5, here 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, going to be 425, and 427 and a half, and 427.50, and 427 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and now 30 bit 30 there, going to be 30 bit 30 and a half, 30, and now 30 bit 30, going to be 30, 430, and now 30 get 30 and a half, 30 bit 30, going to be 30 and a 30, and 430 bit 30, going to be 30 bit 430, and now 30 get 30 there, going to be 30 get 30 there, going to be 30 here, so 427 and a half, Eichelberger.
Next side to him. I can't wait till he brings them back.
Be 115 more than McComas cattle guys. 115.
Okay, split draft is 150.
think so too.
What about it? Well, it's I just want to make sure that I'm watching paying attention when they write the new deal. Three different guys on it. Three ways split it around.
You got a big old frame, don't they?
They raise all these.
Chris, you raise all these cattle? All home raised, guys. All born and raised together. They've been doing it for a long time down there at Minko. That's right. Tanaloo. Condition and quality. Oh, yeah. Always have been. Always have been.
They're not as wild as the ones coming in after this.
Who's the Wolf Brothers?
Who? Ed. Oh. Ed sent several. What's that guy's name sitting up there with Drew?
Andrews, Mark Andrews.
Money pot lid. We're going to trade you 115 head of these Macoma steers, guys. Pretty cool set of steers. Good as you can buy. 35, yeah, 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 5, 35, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, and 37, 40, and half, 40, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 7, 47, 47, 46, 7, and 47, 8, 9, 49, 9, 50, and 350, we get 59 here, 50, and 49, 59 here, internet's out, 351, 50, 51, 51, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, you get 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 3, and 52, 53, and 53, we get 53, we get 53, 52, 53, online, you're out, 53, and now 53, 53, 4, and 53, we get 4, 54, half, 4, 54, 54, now half, 54 and a half, 54 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, internet, you're out, 55, and 55 and a half, and 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55, 50, and 55 and a half, going to be 55 and a half, going to get 55 and a half, going to be 55, going to be half, T, 355, 86. Yard him out. A rough-haired black baldy. Curly-haired on his. There's another rough-haired small black baldy. 2 head. Here's the big boys coming in, guys. Brothers. Nope, just 32 here. 285, and 285 here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 87 and 90, and 90, you get 90 here, 90 there, 92 and a half, 91, 3, and 93, 93, 93, 91, 2, and 92, 93, and 93, 4, here, 93, 4, and 93, 4, and 93, 4, 94, 5, and 96, and 95, 96, 95, 96, 95, 6, 7, and 97, 97, 97, 97, 98, 98, 98, 98, 9, and 99, 9, 99, 9, 99, 9, going to be 299, and 99, here, 99, going to be 9, and 99, going to be 99, 99, going to be 99, 9, poke, 298 on number 1. Hey, Chris, thank you guys, and the boys, everybody. Thank y'all.
Yeah. What is going out there west of town? Solar farm. Really? That's a large farm. That's an ugly sight. I've been kind of wondering what that was. It just go 152 back west, and it's on both sides of the road, all for miles.
They ought to put all that shit out in the middle of the desert. I don't know why they. Who's that? Well, into the cattle off wheat.
Here's Ed Rothers, guys. He's kind of been running on wheat.
Pretty good slug up, John boy. Nice shot, man. That's kettle now.
Okay, this is gonna be a split draft of 70. I have 35 on
He's 70 in the first cut, guys. Check out your weights.
Cut two now.
Check your weights out, guys. Right there, here, 365. As it get 5, 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 7 hand, now 7 hand, now 7 hand, now 7 hand, 70, 67 hand, now 70, now 70, and now 70, we get 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 80, and now 82 and a half here, 5 here, 85, 87, 87 here, 67, 87 here, 87, 8 here, 89, 89, 89, 89, and now 9 here, 89, here, 89 here, 89, 89, 89 here, 89, 89, Tubby, 388, 70, 388.
Been a pretty black guy's been running out there on the wheat field.
325, here 25, and 25 here, 25 here, 25 hand, 25 hand, 25, 25, 27 and a half, and 27.50, and 27 hand, 7 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 hand, 30, and 30, we get 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 31, 3, and 33, 35, 35, 35, 7, and 37, $70, and 37 of 8, 37 of 8, group of 9, we get 9, group of 9, 40, 340, 340, 1, and 41, 41, 2, and 41, 2, 43, 44, half, 4, half, and 44 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, yeah, 45 here, 5 here, going to be 345, and 45 here, 5 here, Tubby, 344 and a half, 9. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 and 5 here. 3 and 5 and 5 here. 3 5 here. 10, 15, 20 and 325 and 25 and 30. We get 35, 35, 35. You get 35, 40 and 345 and 45. There we get 45. We get 45, 45, 45. Bryce 45 and 45. There we get 45. We get 45, 45, 45. 345 and 45 here. 5 here. Tubby 340 on 7. Thank you, Ed. You always got more. Here's Carl. We've got about 150, 160 in this consignment. These have been out there on the wheat pasture as well, guys. Wheaties. $3.55 and 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and 55, 57 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 57.50 and 57 and a half, 7 and 7 and 60 and now 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 7 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 and 67.50 and 7 and a half, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and going to be 67 and a half and 67 and a half here. Tubby 365.7.
Be 109 on the next cut, 109.
About good weights, here they are.
Okay, split draft of 109. I should have 54 in the ring. Outside in the stand.
Is there any feed in the box?
All right there here, 15 half 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 15 half 5, 15 half 5, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, and 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 55, and 55, 51, and 50, 51, and 2, 2, 1, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 51, 2, 3, and 53, 54, and 53, 54, and half, 53, 54, and he's at and half 5, and 55, 55, 55, 6, and 55, 56, got a 7, and 57, and 7, 7, 7, 7, and now 7, and 56, 7, and 7, 7, and 57, now 8, and 57, of 8, and 9, and 9, 9, 8, and 9, and 9 here, 59, 60, and 9, you get 60, you're going to be 60, you get 61, and 61, 61, top, yeah, 61, half 1, and now half here, 1, 2, and 2, bit of a 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, bit of a 2 and a half, 3, and 3, bit of a 3, and 2 and a half, bit of a 3, 63, and half 3, dollar, bit of a 3, and 3, bit of a 3, and 2 and a half, bit of a 3, bit of a 3, tubby, 362 and a half, 81X.
Where'd this one come from?
We got more.
Should have 25 on this deal.
What?
That one's still on your toes.
Well, we gotta redo it. I mean, it'll change the weight some, but
So we want to weigh them and then add it to that weight. You think so that's not
yeah, see if Tubby take
Or
this
I guess we
to
won't
me.
need to change it. Hey, how many did you guys get on that last deal?
They're gonna be a shade bigger.
Okay, thank you, Tub.
Thank you, Tubby.
Yeah.
So they have 54 and 55, so our head count was the last deal.
Tell them to get another count on it.
Okay, we need another good head count on it, and then we're going to add this one to it. Is that what you said?
Yeah, just put him right on there. This goes right on that draft.
Okay, and then we're going to add this one to that one. We'll just go right on top of it. I'm going to go back and change my details.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We're gonna have to count fast. Hey.
Summer boys in the ring, 350, now 5, and 352 and a half, and 350, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 50, that 2 and a half, going to be 50, that 2 and a half, 350, and now 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 52.50, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 350, and half 50, going to get 350, going to get 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, and 340, and now 40, and the 2 and a half, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, just bid one time, 45, and 45, here 45, here 7 and a half, and 47 and a half, 47 and 50, and now 50, now 53, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 51, 3, 50 and now 3, 53, 5, and 55, 7, and 50 now 7, 55, 7, 9, and now 60, and now here going to be 60, got to be 9, 60, going to be 9, 60, and 359, going to be 60 here, Tubby, 359, 81X.
Put them all together. Tell George you put them all together.
Biggins here, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, and 311, bit of 311, bit of 311, bit of 310, 11, and 310, 11 here, $3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half here, 2 and a half, bit of 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 285, 85, 85, 85, 280, 85, 85 here, 85, Varner, 280, put him on number 1.
Two more loads.
Two more loads of Ed Rothers. Okay. Come off a different place. They look like it. Different pasture. The 84 of them in this cut.
Okay, this is a split draft of 84. I should have 42 in the ring. Outside
The only wheat they had is what they've seen on the truck driving up here in the row.
$3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half and a half here, a little bit half and a half here, a little bit half and a half here, going to be 250, and 3, 2 and a half and a half here, a little bit half here, a little bit half here, going to be 250, and now 275, and 280, and 280 here, 275, 85 here, a little bit 87, going to be 87 of 90, and now 90, 92 and a half, going to be 92 and a half, 5, and 95, 97 of 97 of 97 of now 3, and now 3, and now 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, but 1, now 3, 303, now 5, and 3 now 5, 7, and 7, 7, 7, and 9, going to be 309. Now 10, and 9, 10, going to be 9, 10, 11, and 3, 11, going to be 3, 11, 12, 11, going to be 12, 11, going to be 12, and 13, and 13, going to 14, going to be 15, and 50, 50, 16, and 16 there, 17, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, 19, 20, and 3, 20, and 20, but 20, how 1, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 23, half 3, and 23, 3, 23, now half, and 23 and a half, 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, and 5, and now 5 here, 550, and 25 and a half, going to be 26 under, and 25 and a half, going to be 26 here, 26 and a half, and now 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, going to be 27, and now 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 here, going to be 27 here, Tubby, 320, 6 and a half on 95. $32, the brothers right there, 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11 here, going to be 10, 11, going to be 10, 11, going to be 10, 11, going to be 10, 11 here, going to be 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, and 310, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, going to be 13, going to be 14, going to be 14, 15, and 15, 16 there, going to be 16, and 17, going to be 17, 18, 19, 19, and 19, and 19, 18, give 19, and 19, 18, 19, and 19, 19, to be 318, 95. Same way. Yep. Ed, thank you. There we go. Going to be 150 of these cattle, guys. Here's Gene Schumacher, GS4.
Okay, split draft of 150. I should have 37 in the ring.
These cattle are all PI negative. They checked them. They're all PI negative. Been tested. Yes, they do. $150. Tired, Lid? Should go to bed at night.
Outside on the next 37.
He actually lives down there. Yes, he is.
Gene, you do a pretty good job handling these cattle. He's a pro. Been doing it a long time. 40, 45. That the deal? No.
Okay, outside on the next 38 when you're ready.
She said it's all home raised.
Curtis, what are you going to put on your weight? I just got to. Just can't help it. This is money pot, Lid. Here we go, guys. Here's the Schumachers.
They're all PI negative. They're really, really black. 310, 11, at 310, 11, 310, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, now 11, at 310, 11, at 310, 11, now 310, 11, here, go to 311, go to 310, I got it, now 11, at 310, 11, and now 11, go to 311, go to 310, now 11, at 310, 11, 311, 311, 311, 310, 11, and now 11, 12, 11, 12, 11, go to 12, 11, go to 12, 13, go to 13, at 13, 13, 13, go to 13, go to 13, go to 30, half, 13, at 13, daughter, at 13, a half, here, go to 13, a half, 14, at 14, half, and 14 and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 14 and a half, and 14 and a half, and 15, and 15, and 15 here, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half, 16, and 16, and 16 there, going to be 16 and a half here, going to be 16 and a half, and a half here, half and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 16 and a half, and 16 and a half here, now 17, and 17, you done, 17, and 17, to 17, and 17, 17, 17, 17, and 17, and 17, and 17, but it was 17, but it was 17 here, Troy, 316 and a half, on 12. Yard them out. A water-bellied, black, red, white face. Gotcha. Jane, thank you. Water belly.
It did. Adding the one to it made it right.
Yeah, we're good.
And you got that weight. So,
Change the weight, and I told them the office, so.
okay. All right. Thank you.
We have to change the head count.
Two loads.
Hey, you're going to be 2 loads of Harveys this week. Harvey Hogan. Jimmy said there's going to be a nice set of steers this week. Some of the nicest they sent.
Okay, split drop is 55. Got like the first 27 when you're ready.
Keep getting better and better.
Toka, it's Hogan time. Atoka, Montana. Yep. 335, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 37.50, and 37 and 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and a half, and 37.50, and 37 and going to be 30 and 7 and 30 and 7 and half 40, and half 40, 40 and 2 and a half, and 42 and a half, 41 3, and 41 3, 2 3, 3 and a half, 43, and 43 and 4 here, 4 here, 5, and 45, 6 here, 46 here, and 45, 6, 7, and 7 and 7 and 8 here, 8 here, 9, and 9, 9 here, 9 here, 9, 49, and 40 hey, good night, and 9, 39 here, 9, 39, 50, and 50, 50, 49 now, 50, and 49, 50, 30, 50, 10, 45, 50, 50, 45, 50, T, 349, 78.
Load number 2.
Here's load 2. Might be.
Split drop is 55, 27 outside.
Do what? Okay, we'll count them out. Count them out, Pope. How many blacks?
Yeah, let's make sure that we get a good count on the 24. I counted 24.
Thank you. I like he said exteriors here, Harvey. 335 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 40 and 41 2 and 41 2 and 3, 4, 5 and 45 6 quarter and 6 7 and 7 and 7 8 here 47 and 7 9 good 9 good 9 good 48 and 9 and 9 jig 9 and 9 and 48 and 9 and 48 and 9 daughter good 9 50 and 351 and 51 51 51 51 51 2 3 and 53 4 53 4 53 4 53 4 and 53 and a half 4 here 4 here 4 30 4 T 353 78. Harvey, thank you.
Very nice.
Here is Bill Ballou down at Winters, Texas. He's sent us a lot of cattle this year. Bill Ballou, guys, going to be 84 of them right off the wheat down there in Winters, Texas. Yes, he has. That's what it says. You believe everything you read? Kyle, what you still doing here? Waiting for pregs? I see. Thought you just want to spend the day here. About lake season, ain't it? Says it's about lake season. I'm ready. Bags are packed. He's got a lake house up there at Grand Lake. Yeah. Anywhere but here. That's the deal. Bill Blue, guys, right there, here, 335 and 35, and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 37.50, and 37 and a half, going to 40, and now 40 and a half, 1, and 41 2, 41 2, 3, 43, 3, 43, 3, and 43, 43, and 43, 4, 4, 5, 6 quarter, and 45, 46, and 45, 46 quarter, 46 quarter, and 46, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 47, and 46, 7, and 7, 7, 46 7 and 47 Hannah 7 Hannah 7 7 46 7 and 7 Hannah 7 47 by 46 7 Hannah 7 now hey and 47 now hey now half now hey daughter and 47 now hey you done 40 now hey there sold 347.50 to be 9. You're right, Dennis. Thank you, Bill Ballou. What? There's Larry Finks. Got that reputation, F brand. Be 122 ahead of these series guys from Denison, Texas. Be 2 loads of them. Buckets. And now you got all the Fink.
Good weights here, Johnny.
Yep, another set of cows got some good weights. Yeah, like these old steers, guys. Stand up, got some stretch, lots of go left in them. Yes, sir. 335 and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and 35 and 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, good to be 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5 and 45 and 42 and a half, 45 and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, good to be 50 down, 53, 50 and 7 and a half, good to be $8 and 48 and 9, good to be 9, good to be 9, good to be 9, good to be 9, 50 and 350 down one and 50, 51, here, 1, here, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, here, good to be 351 and down 2 and 51, 2, 1 half, down 2 and 52, 1 half, get 2, 1 half, get 52 and a half and 52 and a half, get 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 3 and 50 and a half, 3 and half, 53, get 53, get 53, get 53, get 53 and 53 and half, 53, 53, 53, 50 and a half, 3 and half, 53, get 53, 53 here, sold them 352 and a half. Hal, 80. Thank you to the Fink Farms. Here's Vickery's. Going to be a load of these cattle guys right off the wheat field down there at Minko. Green running at them boys right there. Going to be green boys. There it is, cows out there, 335, and 335, you go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335 and 5 here, 750, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 3750, and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 40, and half, 40, 40, 40, not 20, and half, 40, 40, 40, going to get 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 50, and half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 1, 2, and 50 and a half, 2, 3, and 53, 53, and 53, 53, and 53, and 4, and 53, 54, 54, and a 5 here, 5 here, 55, and 55, 6 here, and 55, 56 out of there, 6, 7, and now 7, and 7, 56, 7, and 7, 7, half 7, and now 7, and 7, half, 57, and half, 88, and now 8 here, 8 and a half here, 8 and a half, 9, and 9 here, going to be 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 59, 50, and 50 down, 9 and a half, going to be 9 and a half, going to be 9 and a half, bit of 9 and a half, going to be 950, and 50 down and a half, bit of 9 and a half, bit of 9 and a half here, so about 359, Varner, 81. Thank you, Cale. Be about 100 head of these Walker steers from Knox City. Russell Walker. $4 and 5. Hey, they that big. Right there, here, 385 and 385 and 385 here. 87 good to be 87 good to be 87 good to be 87 good to be 87.50. 87 and a half here. 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Good to be 87 and a half. 87 and a half here. Doug, you trying to bid? What do you see? Warner, 385, 75. Little back, the white one. Be 72 more Russells get cattle guide down there at Knox City. Been on the short wheat down there.
Nice guy.
Nice kind. It is a raisin, Dad. You're sure right. It is. Yes.
Super nice.
I think it's pretty dang nice. Russell raised every one of them. They had very good mamas and daddies. And they come down there in Knox City, Texas. Get it? 325, 25, and 25, 25, 27 hand, 25, 27 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 750, and 27 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 7 hand, 750, and 27 hand, going to be 20, 30, and 30, then 2 to hand, 30, then 2 to hand, 5, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35, and 2 and a half, he's out, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 30, hand 3, and 5, and 33, 5, 33, 5, 33, 4, 33, 4, and 5, and 35, yeah, 35, and 5 here, now 5, 6 cutter, and 35, 6 cutter, and 35, 36, 5 of the hand, 35 of the hand, 35, 50, and 35 of the van, going to be 35 of the van, going to be 35 of the van, 35 of the van, Tom Jimmy, 35 of the van, going to be 35 of the van, going to be 35, going to be half, tub, 335, 9. Yard him out, look for a bad back.
Right off the bat back on that hill.
Same deal, yep, big bros. Here comes the ground pounders. 275, yeah, 275, and 75, 75, 75, 80, and 75, 80, 80, 75, give 80, and 75, 80, 80, give 80, 280, 280, 280, 280, and 275, 80, and 75, 80, 80, Varner, 275, 1, 11. Thank you, Russell.
Billy, did you get Kyle or Kyle get you on the ground?
He got only because of Scheffler, just because Scheffler come back so far. Yeah, well, he has 3 of the top 5.
Oh.
Your guy's kind of wrong. He pitched the fence. Pitched the best.
Okay.
Who you got?
Beth Harrington. Here's Beth's home race cattle.
Here's the home run. This is live.
Yep, here, 375, 80, and 75, yeah, 375, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 375, and 375, and 375, go to 375, and 375, and 375, 75, 65, 70, and 365, 70, 370, 370, tub, 365, 7.
Steady to 10 better.
I saw that one guy.
I watched 8 hours on Sunday. I watched 8 straight hours on Sunday.
Oh, you did? I couldn't sit there.
Yeah, sure could. They might bring more than that.
I can sit about an hour or 2. I can't sit an hour.
There was nobody home. Everybody was gone, so I just
Had several.
got me a blanket.
Kinda in the 40s, up to 50
No.
is kind of how they saw. Oh, everybody's trying. Al Smith had a pretty good order. He bought a lot of cattle.
Go make a crown and go somewhere. Yeah. Yep.
No, he didn't. He bought. I think he bought 2 rows and hopefully Heifers. Tom has a good deal on the Heifers.
Well, guys, here's 79 more best home raised steers from down there at Grant, Oklahoma.
No? Yeah, they were all black. Somebody, he sent them to the north. That's gonna be the deal. These northerners are gonna be the ones pushing the market. It's awfully good still. Oh, not much. 210.
They did.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to keep it going. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye. There's what they raised down there.
Okay, split drop is 7
One raised in the best.
9 in the ring. Heifers 10.
Beth Harrington.
79. 79 should have 39. Well, they're short ears B for T or B baby twins.
General manager. Short ear is going to be for Tom, and they're going to be for Lindell and Byford. Reader and Byford. For Tom.
Better start calling that.
Outside, Dennis. Holler at him. Ha! There you go. Well, she does a good job. Really good. Nothing but wheat, guys. Down there, Grant. Is that it, Lynn?
310, 12 and a half. Yeah, 310, 12 and a half. Group of 10 and 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 12 and a half. Group of 10, 12 and a half. Group of 10 and 12 and a half. Group of 10, 12, 50. And 10, 12 and a half. Out the gate, 10, 12 and a half. 15. 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 20. And now 20 and a half. 1. And now 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, 22, 22. Now 3. And 23 and 3 here. Group of 23. We get 3 and 3 and 4 here. 4 and 5. And 25 and 5 here. 6 quarter. And 25, 26 here. 25, 6 quarter. And 25, 26 here. 25, 26. Half 6. And 26 and a half. And a half here, half and a half here. You're out and you're out. 26 and a half and a half here. Now 7 and 7 and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, $8, 8 and a half, now 9 and now 9. Give me 9, 29 and $9. Going to be 9 now, 29, bit of a 9 now 9 here. Going to be 29, 8 and a half, 9 and now 9 and a half. Going to be 9 and a half, 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 30 and 9 and a half. Going to be 30, 30, 50 and now 1 here. 1 here. Going to be 31 and 30 now 1 here. Another 1 here. Another 1 here. 1 Tubby 330 and a half on 95. 330 and a half. Okay.
Here's Salmon Wheels, guys. 58. Be a load of these steers. Right on that same area, right in the same country. Right off the wheat. Thank you, Beth. Salmon Wheel, Harrington, guys. Right there, here. 325. 25 and 25 here, and 20 here, and 20 here, and 20, 20, 25 and 25 and 25 and 7 and 7 and 7 and going to be 27 and 30 and 30 with 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, jigga 5 and 37 and going to be 37 and going to be 40 and 40, 40, 1 and 41, 2, 1, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 3 and 43 and 43, 43, 43, 42, 3 and 43, 3 and 43, 3 and 43, 3, 43, 3, 43, 3 and 40 and 3. Tell me, 342. Put them on number 9. 9X. Salmon Wheel, thank you, fellas. Let's go back to Minko, guys. Here's Jimmy Vickeries. Look like little handyweight cattle, don't they? 365 and 65 has 72 and a half 7250 and 72 and a half 72 and a half 7250 and 72 and a half 5 and 75 50 77 and a half 83 going to be 2 and a half going to be 2 and a half going to be 1 3 85 here 83 85 here 83 85 here 87 87 here 89 here 87 down high 89 here 87 down high going to be 87 bit of a 9 going to be 87 and 990 and 90 chicken 91 and 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, 91, here, 91, and 91, and 91, here, 91, here, 91, here, how? 390, 70. Yep. You think so? Be 102 more Jimmys. 102 more Jimmys. Wheaties right up down there at Minko, guys. Green's running at him. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 5 here, 5 here, 35, 35, 35. Thought you had him about done.
There we go, 335, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, here, 35, here, 35, there, 35, and 35, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 37, 40, and half, 42 and a half, and 42 and a half, here, 1, 3, 5, here, 40, 7, and 47, and 7, 40, 47, 7, 7, 7, 7, and going to be 9, 50, and down here, 50, and half, 51, here, 1, 2, 3, 53, 3, 4, and 54 and 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 54 and 5, here, 600, and 55 and a half, 600, and 55 and a half, 56 here, 56 and a half here, now, half, 56 and a half, 7, and 57 and a half, 58, 58, 58 and a half, 58, 50, 8 and a half here, 8 and a half, 9, and 9 and a half, and 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 59, 50, and 9 and a half, bit of a 9 and a half, bit of a 9 and a half, 9, 50, 60, and 360 pound, 9 and a half, 60, and 9 and a half, 360 pound here, 9 and a half, 360 here, Kyle, 359 and a half, 8. Same deal. $325 and $325. 325 and 25 and 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27.50. Same deal. 27 and a half and 27.50 and 7 going to be now 30, going to get 30 now 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half 5 and 35, 37 and 37 going to be 40 now 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42.50 and now 5 and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47.50 and 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half here, Tubby, 345, 8. Bet those probably made more.
That's true. What do you got coming?
Hey, cattle, 6M. This Muggenberg?
Yep.
Or Meshburger? Is it Meshburger or Muggenberg?
Mushburger.
Meshburger. You can drive it in the garage.
Yeah, I need to get going here. I've got people waiting.
Here's a Meshburger guys from Calumet, be 53 in this draft. $335 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Here, going to be 335 and 335. Here, 35 and 37 and 37 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 40 and now 40, 40, 40. Going to be 9, 40, going to be 9, 41 and 41, 2, 43, 4, 43, 4, 5 and 4600 and 4600, 7, 8, 9, 9, 50 and down here 50 down 1 and 50 down 2, 1, 2, 3, 53, 54 and 54, 53. 54, 53, 54, 53, 4, and 53, 54, 53, 54, 53, 54, 54, 5. Now 5, half 5, 55 and a half, 56, 56, and 55 and a half, 600, and 55 and a half, 56 here, 55 and a half, 56 here, Tubby, 355 and a half, 85. This ought to be pretty nice steers coming in. Roger Wilkerson. Where'd he get? He's getting in them showers, isn't he? Used to be all baldies. Put him on the 81. Put him on number 81. Used to be all baldies.
Nice cattle right off the wheat.
Yeah. Hang on. She got to change the last deal. Weigh 940. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 30, and now 30, now 30, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37, and 37, 36, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 37, 8, 37, 8, 39, 40, and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, and 41, and 41, 40, 41, 40, 41, Tubby, 349.
They do every time I got people here.
I know, I got 3 of them coming up. Well, it's not one of them, but they're
10 from Mangum. 365, and 365, 70, and now 75, 75, 80, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, 90, and 90 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90 here, 85, 90, how? 385, 70.
what do you mean? Got a large screw up.
You leaving? I'll call you later. I'll call you after the sale. I know you do. See ya. Greer County guys working on these 10 ends from down there at Mangum.
Yeah, they'll explode.
335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 37, 50, and 30, 57 and 42 and a half, 45, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 6, 7, and 47 and 7 and 7 8, 47 8, 7 8, 7 8, 7 and 9, group 9, 9, 49, and 9, 9, here, 9, 49, and 49 here, 9, there, group 9, Tubby, 348, 90. Here's a Waits cattle, Wayne Yates. Sold the heifers earlier.
Been on the short wheat.
But on the short wheat guys, here's Wayne Yates.
Super nice.
100 of these steers all together, $4. $4.05, and $4.05, we get 5 here, 5 here, 10, 14, 15, and 20, 25, 420, but 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, and 30, we get 30, good to be 30, good to be 30, good to be 30, and 30, 430, and 30, 30, 30, good to be 430, and 30, we get 30, good to be 30, but 30, and 30, good to be 30, good to be 35, now 35, 435, 435, 435, 2.5, 5, 435, he's out, 435. 435, 435. Hayes, 432 and a half, 6. Not yet.
Next size,
Guys, going to be 61 more of these Yates steers. Running out of wheat. Kind of like these steers. Had a good steer run today. ideal, guys, condition.
Quality and condition.
365, and 65, and now half, and 67, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 67, 50, and 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, going to be 7, going to be 67 and a half, and now 70, and now 70, and 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 3, 5, and 73, 75, 73, 75, 73, 75, 77, and 75, 77, and 9, and 9, going to be 80, 82, 82, 82, 84, 84, 86, 86 out of there, 84, 85, 86, 86 here, 87, 87, 88, and now 89, 80, 90, here, 90, 90, 91, and 91, here, 91, 91, 91, 91, 2, 93, 93, and 93, 4, and 94, 5, and 95, here, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 96, and 96, 7, and 97, here, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 97, 98, and 98, 9, and 99, 9, and 99, 9, 98, 99, and 99, 99, 4, and 99, 4, now 1, and 401, here, 1, here, 1, here, 1, here, 2, and now 2, 3, and 403, now 402, 3, and 403, 3, and 403, 4, and now 4, 404, you about had them, 404, and now 4 here, 4 here, 404, now 4, and 404 here, 4 here, Troy, 403, number 77.
Go back down to Victoria, Texas.
Who? Let's go back to Victoria, Texas. Weisinger. Here's them half circled. Yep, Weisinger sitting right here with us. Brangus Angus on the dam side. We got Express Daddies on the sire side.
We got a world of condition.
World to go left, guys, right there, here. 375, give 80, and 75, 80, and 75, going to be 80 now, 85, 85, going to get 90, going to get 5, going to be 4, going to get 5, going to be 405, and 405 here, now 10, 410, 410, 410 up here, 15, and now 15, 20, and now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 425, 425, 30, and now 30, going to get 4, 30, going to get 4, 7, 50, and 7 and a half, 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 going to be 27 and a half, and 27 and a half, going to be 4, 27, 50, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 427 and a half here. Curtis, 425, 61. Yep. Yeah.
One other deal I thought.
No. They may not make any money, Curtis, but they'll do good, he said. I bet they made her some money. There you go. She's got a long drive. You gonna drive all night?
Probably.
Yep.
It's a ways.
Yes, sir. Right there, here, now, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 7, 7, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 7, 7, 60, and down 2.5, 5, 65, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 70, and now 70, 3, 70, now 70, and now 70, 70, you're going to be 70, 70, you're going to be 72.5, and 72.5, keep them together, and 72.5, going to be 70, now 2.5, and 70, 2.5, going to be 70, 2.5, going to be 70, now 2.5. Hal, 370 on 70. Weisinger, thank you, ma'am. Safe travels back home, okay?
You like this deal. I like the Heifers anyway.
Burden. Here's Doles. Here's Doles. We hope. We pray. Let's go. That might be them. It sure looks like a guys who raised every one of them. They're long weaned from out there at Walika. Got about 60 of these steers, guys. Perfect condition, perfect quality.
Green is gold.
Yes, sir. Here, 65. Has a good five. 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 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 67.5. 67.5. And now 67.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 70. 70. Now 72. 50. And 72.5. 75. 75. 75. 75. 75. And 50. And 77.5. 77.5. 80. And 80. 80. 80. Now 2.5. 82. 50. 82.5. 5. 85. 87.5. 87.5. 7.5. 87. 90. And now 90. And 92 to high. 92 to high. Group 92 to high. Group 92 to high. Group 95. And 95. 95. 95. 95. 95. 95. 97. 35. And 95. And 93 to 5. 93 to 5. 93. 95. 95. 94. 5. 95. 95. 600. And 95. 96. 95. 96. 7. And 97. 97. 97. 97. 97. 97. 97. Here. Group 97. And 96. 7. And 97. How your third. 97. And 97. 97. 97. A good place to be. 97. 97. 97. So 396. Troy. 77. Is that all right, Miss Burden? Brothers coming in.
Same good condition. Give them some of that cheap corn.
335 and 335. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50 and 37, 50 and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 40, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 45 and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 46, 7 and 47 and 7 and 7 and 47 and 7 and 9, 9, 50 and half, 50 and half 1 and 50, 51 and 2, 3, 52, 53, 53, 53 and 53. Top row, you're out, 53. And now 53 and 52, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, T, 3, 52, 78. No, 86. My bad. Guys, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Walika. Used to. Here's Ryan Crittenbrink, guys, be 49 head in this cut.
How many down to? How many down to?
All right there, here, 16 have one. As a good one, 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 and 60 one, as a good one, have one, have one, as a good 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 one, 2, and 2, and 2, 3, and 3, good 3, and 2, 3, 62, 3, and now 2, good 3, good 3, half 3, and half 3, good 3 and a half, good 3 and a half, 4, as a good one, 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 64 and a half, 5, as a good 5, 50, 5 and a half, 6 quarter, and 66 and a half, here, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7 and a half, and 750, and 7, how, 8, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, and 9, and 9, not a half, 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 9 and a half, 950, and not a half, not a half, not a half, 70, and not a half, 70, 70 now half, and 70, 50, half 1, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, 50, and 71 and a half, 70 now 2, and now 2, 2, 72, and 72, 72, how, 371 and a half, 80. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Dole. See you guys. Yes.
Mike and Juanita.
Here's Mike and Juanita. Did he? 325, yeah, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 25, 27, 50, and 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 30, and 32 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 33, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, and 9, 37, and 9, $38, and 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, 38, 38, 38, and 37 of 8, 38, 38, 38, 38, here, Tubby, 337, put up on number 90, 9X.
Here's Mike Andrews.
Get a load of these steers now. Off the weight.
You fix it? You fix it? You have to fix it in the office?
I will. I'll have to do something.
50 head of them Andrews, guys. 335 and 335. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750 and 37 and a half, going to be 37, 40 and 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 45, 43, 44, 43, 44, 45 and 45, 645, 46, 7 and 47, 7, 7, 7, 7, 47, 9, going to be 9, 50 and 50, 50, 1 and 50 and 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3 and 3, 52, 3 and 52, 53, 52, 53. 52, 3, 4, and 53, 4, 53, 4, 5, and 55 here, 55, and 55, 5 here, 5 here, 600, and 55, 56 here, and 55, 56, 7, and now 7, 56, 7, and 7, 7, 7, $8, and 57 now 8 here, 8 down 9 here, 9, and now 9 here, 9, 9 here, now 9, how, 358, 80. Same brand, should be 12 more coming in. Same deal. Short ears will be on there. 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 30 half, and 35, and 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 here, 5 here, going to be 335, and 335 here, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 27 and a half here, half here, bit of a half here, going to be 27.50, 27 and a half here, Tebby, 325, 8. Mike, thank you. There's a Womble cattle guys from Spearman. Short wheat from Spearman, guys, right there, here, 385, and 385, 85 up here, 85, 85, 85, 385, and 385 here, 85 here, 85, and 385, 85 here, 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 70, and 77 and a half, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half, going to be 77.50, and 77 and a half here, going to be 77.50, and 77 and a half here, now half here, Tubby, 375. 7. All these Womble guys from Spearman, Texas, way out there in the Panhandle. I do. You. Yeah, believe it or not, they are. 325, short ears, how could it go? 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 27.50, and 27 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half here, Tebby, 325, 9. $95. Way they were, I guess when they were born.
A lot more now, doesn't it seem like?
We had the heifer mates guys. Here's the HAG Farms. Be a couple draft C steers. Kind of haggles me.
65, and 65, and 65, has a good 7.5, 750, and 67, and 67.5, and 67.5. I'm going, boys, 7.5, and 67, and 70, 70 down 2.5, 70 down 2.5, 75, and 75.5, 77.5, 77.5, now 80, 83, 83, down 1, 82, 83, 83, 83, 83, 83, 82, 83, 83, Varner, 382, 71. All right, I'm Dennis. This one has a little rough back. He's going to be on there, is what the mail says. 350. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 60, and 360 pound here, 5, going to be 360, 5, going to be 365, and now 65, and now 365, and now 70, 370, 370, 370 tub, 365, 7. Seven. Let's go to Winters, Texas. Hager and Thompson, Cattle Gary. B3 drives east steers from Winters, Texas. Hager and Thompson. 335, and 335, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, half, and 35, and 37, going to be 40, and 2.5, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 1, 3, and 45 here, 47 here, 47, and 7, 7, 47, and 9, and 9, you get 9, 8, 9, and 9, 50, we get 50, 1, and 51, 51, 2, 2, 3, we get 53, we get 52, 3, 4, and 54, 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 4, 5, and 55, 6, and 56, 7, and 7, 7, 8, here, 9, going to be 60, and now 60, 60, we get 960, and down here, going to be 60 here, and down here, 60 here, how, 359, 80. Yeah. Ow. 310, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 311, we get 311, we get 311, group 10, 11, 310, 11, 310, 11, 12, 11, group 12, 13, we get 13, 14, group 15, 50, 50, 15, group 16, out of there, group 17, 17, 18, 18 and 19, 19, 20, 20, 1, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, 22, 22, 22, half 2, and down 2, bit of a 2, and down 22, group 22, bit of a 2, down 22, and down 22, bit of a 22, group 22, group 22, group 22, group 22, Tubby, 320, 1.5. 97. $325, yeah, $325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, $325, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, half, 750, and 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 30, and 30, 32 and a half, good 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, 5, and 30, 35, and 37, 37, 37 and a half, good 37.50, and 337 and a half here, Debbie, 335, 85.
Thank you, Gary.
Go down to Alney, Texas.
Let's go to Olney, Texas.
Be 3 loads of these barrels.
Going to be 3 loads of these cattle, guys. Here's the Barron's cattle. Be 57 in this first draft.
They run out of wheat.
375, yeah, 375, now 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, and 385, 85, 85, quarter shot 90, and now 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 4, and 95, 4, now 5, and 4 to 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 405, 10, yeah, 10 here, 410 here, 410 here, 10, and down 10, we get 10, and down 10 here, 4, going to be 10 here, 4, going to be 10, now 410, yeah, 10 here, 410 here, Curtis, 405 on number 65. Going to be 121 in the next cut, guys. Be a 3-way split.
Run out of wheat.
Jane, thanks again. Good seeing you. Oh, yeah. He said he's going to sell them at 9:30, and here it is noon. Watch your weights. Who? They'll call all day.
Come back to Dell, if he'd answered it, wouldn't he?
You like them better, don't you? $355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 there, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 60, and now 62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, now 3, 55, now 3, 55, now 3, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, 70, and 9 here, going to be 70, now 71, and 72, 72, 72, 72, 72, 3, and 73, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 5, and 75, 5, 75, 75, 75, 75, 74, 5, and 74 to 5, going to be 74 to 5, going to be 74, now 5, and 74 to 5 here, 75, 75, 75, Kyle, 2, 3, 74, put him on Kyle, 7, 374.
Just kind of laying behind the log.
Yeah.
Summertime off.
Everybody's had some, hadn't they?
352 and a half, and 350, but I get 2.5, but 2.5, but I get 2.5, going to be 50 and 2.5, going to be 50 and 2.5, 50 and 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7, 60, and now 60 now, 2.5, going to be 2.5, but I get 2.5, going to be 2.5, 5, and 65 and a half, 3, 5, and half 3, but I get 5, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, 7, and 9, going to be 69, and half 7, going to be 9, going to be 7, and 9, going to be 69, and half 7, going to be 9, but going to be 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, 67 now, 9, going to be 9, going to be 9, Tubby, 367 on 7. Thank you to the Barons. I don't know. We got some more? More mics? Mark and Mike. Got a partnership deal, Mike? More than Andrews, guys. 3 more draft C steers.
Nice guy.
365, and a 365, and a 750, and 67 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and a half, and 67 and a half, going to be 7 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 and a half, and 67 and a half here, Kyle, 365, 7. Throws his front legs out there, kind of funny. Just put crippled, look for crippled. Hey, 37 more, guys. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, and now 40 and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 1, 2, and 41, 2 and 3, 4, 43, 4, 43, 4 and a half, 5, and 45, 600, and 45, 46 here, 45, 46 here, 45, going to be 6, Tubby, 345, 9. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, 35 here, 35 there, 335 and 37, going to be 37, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 2 and a half, 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 7 and a half, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50 and a half here, Tubby, 345, 85. Let's go to Stephenville, guys. Here's the Uri consignment. 2 drafts of these steers. 375, yeah, 375, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 377 and a half, 77 and a half, 750, and 377 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here, half, and now 377.50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half here, 80, 80 there, 80 there, 80, 3, 80, 80 here, 380, and now 80 there, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 5, 85 here, 85 here, 85 here, Tubby, 382 and a half, 7. Got another deal of them. 325, yeah, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 5 here, 5 here, 325, going to be 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 30, 30, and 25, 30 here, 5, to get 30, 25, to get 30, Tubby, 325, 85.
There's a Henyard cattle, guys, from Cross Plains, right off the wheat. Dustin Henyard. 385, yeah, 385, there, good 85, 85, 90, 85, 90, 80, 95, 95, 95, 94, and 95, 4, and 405, good to be 405, good to be 10, and 10, and 10, and 15, and now 15, good to be 15, 20, and 420, good to be 20, good to be 20, good to be 20, good to be 420, and 20, 20, good to be 20, 20, 420, and now 20, good to be 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 20, here, Curtis, 415, 61.
Leaving yard outs. Okay. Let's get, is that them right there? Or is this next? Let's get
Two drafts, and we need to go this way, Dad. 2 drafts. Yeah, for you. 65, executive high, executive, 67, 50, and 67, and 750, and 67, and a half, and 67, going to be 67, going to be 67 and a half here, Pokey, 365, Kyle 7. $355, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, and 52 and a half, good to be 52 and a half, good to be 52 and a half, good to be 52 and a half here, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half here, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335, and 335 here, 5 here.
You need any more cattle for the contest? What is it? 4 head, 335. Little hairy blacks, the Quattro and
335, Barnhart 44. Contest cattle. A lot of them. Huh. $370 on 71. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Put them back on. A good steer. How much cheaper was it, Tina? How much? Unevenly steady. Is that water belly?
He's going to have some more.
Pio. Jeans, yeah. He has been that way his whole life. $2 a pound.
He's pretty big.
210, 220, 230, 240,
250. Thank you for being honest, Kyle. 250. Varner, 240. Nothing. Or Gene for being honest. A heifer we found on a draft of steers, $3. 310.20 and 310.20, bit of a 10.20, good of a 10.20, bit of a 10.20, 310, 310, 310.20, good of a 20, bit of a 30, bit of a 330, 40, 50, and 350, 60, 70, 80, 94, and 94, 10, and down 10, 4, 10, 20, and 420, 30, bit of a 430, bit of a 440, bit of a 440, Dennis, 430. 4. Woo, she looks high. Beef builder.
Get those boys back in business. Yeah, he doesn't see well.
Yep, $3. $3.10 and $3.10, $10, 310, bit of a 310, bit of a 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, and down 10, bit of a 10, Terry, $3, 9. Gene, we got them sold. You're good to go. Thank you. Yeah, we did. You're welcome. Thank you. But, Dad. Yes, sir.
What do you got?
These are the, she said rough-haired black baldy and small black body. We need to bring them separate.
Off of who?
T86, that Laconis. It was a rough-haired black baldy and a small black baldy.
Okay.
Do we need to sell them separate or bring them both together? I'm gonna sell them for
Well, off those
Yeah. Thin black baldies, $3.50. Hold your gate. Hold your gate. Lacomas, yep. $3.50. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5 here, 5 here, 340, and 340, 2.5, and 340, 2.5, going to be 42 and a half here, 340, and 342 and a half here, 2.5 here, Tebby, 340, 8. $335 and $335 and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 37 and a half, going to be 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 37, going to be half here, going to be half. You need any more cattle for your deal? Tubby, 335, 85. You grade them ears?
those are supposed to be for tea also, right?
That little heifer I bought a big old, that works?
Yeah. I need one like her, but a 800-pound steer.
Yeah.
Colors on Caleb Warren and Ryan.
Colors off of Caleb Bourne. 350. 355, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 350, and 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, 350, and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 350, and 5, and 55, 55, 55, Bryce, 350. 6. They've been checked, haven't they?
There wasn't a crib.
Yes.
325, here 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 25 there, 25 here, 25 there, 25, and 25 of 5 here, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 30, and now 30, and then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 40, then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 50, and 40, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 40, then 2 and a half, going to be 40, then 2 and a half here, Tebby, 340 on 8. How many got left on your? You done? Load time. I got it. You don't sell cows?
You done?
250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2 and a quarter, 230, and 25, 30, 25, 235, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, and 235 here, 5 here, Terry, 230, 5, Terry, 5. Well, let's redo it. We got to redo it then. Sell those 2 bulls. 225. 230. 235. 235. 235. Sell the 2. 235. Terry, 230. Number 5. $1.50. $1.50. 60. You bid, Terry? Antone, $1.50. Got short bush, Antone. Yeah. Put slow on that ticket.
Good job.
Thank you.
Just some singles.
Surely not. Watch this. You'll.
Sell her.
They have mail on it?
Yeah.
Chris, thank you again.
Thank you, Chris.
Accept him. Oh, I thought you said accept him. $2. 210, 220, 230, 240, 250. 240 give 50. Ricardo, 240. Who's what she? $275. 275. 280. 5. 90. 5. 3. 5. You got Bryce, 305. 10. 15. 20. Bryce, 315. 8. Prager. They're bringing heifers next week. Is that what you said? McComas. $350. 350 and 350 now 60 and 350 60 going to be 3 and a half going to be 360 going to be 3 and a half going to be 360 going to be 3 and a half going to be 360 and 350 60 going to be 3 and a half going to be 360 here poke 350 99.
You get $4, Dennis? Huh? Well, look at it. She's a pretty nice little red baldy. Get $4? 4 or 5? 405? Dennis, $4. 4. You get 20,000? Sure. Sure.
That's right. Good, you? Yeah, do it.
This one's
Start right
380.
there in the dark. You're on the money right there.
You get 380, Dennis? Dollar a pound. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. Sold half 100. Ricardo. Prager? Bull, 350. 350 and $3 and 3 to 5. It'll get 3 to 5 here. 5. It'll get 305 and 3 to 5 here. 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. It'll get 5. 10 here. 310. 310. 15 and now 15. Bit of a 10 to 15. Good to be 10 to 15. Good to be 10. 15 and 10. 15 here. Poke 310. 18x.
Supposed to storm today or no?
350. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, get up here, 55, 55, 60, and 365, 65, 70, we get 370, and now 70, we get 370, we get 370, Ricardo, 365.
I thought, was it supposed to storm today or no? You don't know either? You never watch the weather like I do?
And then I'm like, what did they say?
I can watch it too. What they say about storms?
50. $1.55 and 55, 60, 55 now, 70, 100, 75, 75, give 80, 185, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 90, 95, now 2, and now 5 here, 5, 205, and 205 here, 5 here, 10, and down 10, 15, 210, 15, 20, and down 25, you get 225 and 30, but you get 230, and down 35, 235 here, 235, brush out 5, you get 235 here, 540, and 240, 40, Bryce, 235, 9, Preg. Nobody's talked about any storms today.
They talked about it this morning. They talked about it yesterday, those schools.
Triple off of Kyle 7 and Mike Andrews. Mark Andrews, sorry, Mark Andrews.
Did you see him, Mike, just a little bit stove up? $3. $3.05 and $3.05. It'll get 5 here, 5 here, 5 here. Go to 305 and 305 here, 505 here, 5 here, 5 here. Terry, $3.09. $7 and 8 months, Brad. $3.
$3.05 and $3.05. Gonna get 5 and 10. Gonna be 10 and 15. Gonna be 15 and 20 here. Gonna be 20 and 5 here. Gonna be 25. 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 and 325 here. 5 here. 5 here. Terry 320. Put him on number 4. My bad, Andy. Yes, sir. Okay. But she's not bred. They wanted to take a bred home, right? She's not bred. They do? Okay. Not now. Was she off of Varner? She was off you. 78X. I don't know why they want to take her home, but they do. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all have a good afternoon. Have a good weekend.